Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still
Here.
ending the day with inconsistent
Top of the morning,
results?
traders, and happy Wednesday, March
You're not
25th, and
alone.
welcome to the most value-packed live
That's
trading
exactly
show.
why the SPY
We live
strikers
trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Going into today, we do have a very light economic calendar. We're looking to gap up on SPY, another gap up, gap down, gap up type of environment we've been in continues to persist. Off the open, of course, all the indexes are looking to continue to push. They're above prior day's highs. We have no major catalyst. Crude oil inventories at 10:30. Keep an eye on that. And we are officially open. Make sure to like the video as you're coming in, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. So right out the gate, we're seeing some buyers step in. We're at that weekly 50% retrace. We're seeing some buying take place on the Dow. Dow's leading the way. IW is leading the way. IW is trying to hit to that PMH. The Dow's above PMH, so see if we can hold above that 659, 659.55. 659.55. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let the dust settle. That gives us that nice little key zone right here, team. Key zone that we were discussing is right here. Okay, that key zone right here. We're going to draw that box and leave it there. See if we revisit that VIB box. Okay, so initial interaction I want to pay attention to, of course, is this 659.65. So the daily open for today is 658.69. SPY's daily open 658.69. Q's daily open 589.14. Dow 465.73. IW 251.73. So all of those are already in the green to kick things off. Okay, I want to see how we interact with that weekly 50% retrace. So we are essentially in the heart of last week's range. In the heart of last week's range. Let's just go over to the hourly real quick. Hourly, seeing some buying. We're coming into this territory here. PMH on SPY is up here. So I'll keep a close eye on that PMH trap initially. PMH is right there. Another gap, guys. Gap up, gap down, gap up, gap down continues to persist. Continues to persist. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We're able to find it, Wayne. Let me know if you found it. Good morning, Jay Jackson. Good morning, HHPP CBD. Good morning, Shaz. Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. As you're coming in, hit the like button. We got 78 people on the check-in already. So again, we can hit that 100 like threshold right away. All right, make that the routine. As soon as you jump in, hit the like button. All right. Again, guys, if the president is speaking, just let me know, and we'll get that coverage as soon as possible. So the Dow is above that PMH. First one to take out PMH is the Dow. SPY is coming into PMH. I want to see that interaction, monitor that interaction. Okay, so initially, pre-market, we came with that daily upside breaker, nice bounce, 657.02. So there are some buyers in this area. So if we can come back to this territory, buyers show signs of life, I'll be a buyer as well. So I want to be a buyer where the buyers are. Okay, good morning, Haynes. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Mario. Okay, Apple looking to break that shoulder or that neckline. Let me open up my other chart. Okay, right out the gate, the Dow is showing strength. Qs are still at VWAP. Qs are at VWAP. Okay, Nike's starting to pick up some speed. Okay, see if Apple can hold above that. Hold above those highs. I want that hold on Nike. Hold above that level on Nike. Okay. All right, so the Dow's the first one into PMH. It's starting to fade slightly. The SPY fell back below that weekly 50% retrace. VIX came right to that 25. If it gets that bounce off 25, we'd probably start pursuing the jaws of that gap. So 10:30, we do have crude oil inventories. Crude oil inventories is usually yellow folder catalyst, but since the attention has been on conflict in the Middle East. I'm going to bump that up to orange photo catalyst. So at 10:30, keep a close eye on that time. We're going to get the crude oil inventory numbers. Okay, crude oil inventory numbers. Anyone take any swings? Anyone have any swings that are printing today? It's a tough. If you're doing good with the swings, guys, tremendous job. It's not an easy environment to swing at all. So if you're finding success, you're a rare breed. Okay, you're a very rare breed. Especially in these conditions with these gap ups in all sorts of ways. Good morning, Jose. Good morning for the Elion for the gap up update. So this says 662. 662. I got that level up there. All right, PMH is on watch. PMH is on watch. So the Dow's the only one to get the PMH. So the PMH, that sneaky grab up PMH. I'm gonna keep a close eye on that. Okay, nice little sneaky grab of that PMH. And if I'm looking for that sneaky grab PMH, I would like to see at least a hold of 25 or bounce off 25. If you want us to accelerate past PMH, break below 25 and continue to push, create as much separation as possible. SMCI. I'm not touching that thing. Very scammy company. They were delisted, got listed. Now, you saw what took place. I think it was a couple weeks ago. All right. Fraudulent serial numbers and barcode swapping, all that stuff. Very shady company. Very shady. IV's 27, so we're below that 30 level. ATR is 124. Okay, look at that break. Clean break on the VIX. Okay, I want the VIX. If I'm going to take that PMH grab, I want the VIX to show a little bit of strength and work its way to that 25. If it can't, we'll respect that continued push. I want to see how that 5-minute interaction with PMH goes. All right, this is the first big test for the bulls. So see if the Dow can hold above PMH. Qs are going to PMH. So they have a window to really push this thing. VIX is weak. I want to see how that 5-minute candle shapes up. 5-minute orb army, if you're in a 5-minute orb army camp. Okay, the break level there is here. So you're probably already in the green. All you're looking for is that hold above PMH to get really green. Okay. I'm looking to take this back to downside, that PMA trap. I'm looking at the 662s. 662s, I want the VIX to start recoiling. I want the VIX to start recoiling here. Okay, we take off that 5-minute orb. I want to see a break below here and hold. I want to see a break below there and hold. Risk will be high of the day, so very tight risk. If we can break that, I'll take the 662s. Puts. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. I'm in the puts. Okay, I have to get out of that. I was in the calls back. I keep doing that, guys. I was in the calls accidentally. Let me try again. Second time that happened. See if we can get close to that entry. Fall back below it. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. So I'm in the puts here. My risk would be high day. High day will buy risk. See if I can take that into 50% retrace. 50% retrace that weekly. Okay, up 5. TP where you need to. If you did take that, manage accordingly. The 5-minute orb is right there, so watch out for that retest. Okay. If I get a close above these highs, That's my risk. No close above this high. That's my NC. Okay. In the meantime, I want to see the VIX recoil. I want to see everything go south. All the indexes go south. Targeting that 659.55 territory. Okay, up 8. Up 10. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 10. Thank you very much. See if we had some more to that. See if the runners can hit that target. TP 110. So this is coming directly from the game plan, guys. So if you tuned into the game plan, this is one of the scenarios we laid out. We do have a buy block here to the left of us. So now my NC for these runners is no close back above PMH. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat for that quick scalp. Quick 10%. Now the 5-minute candle is settled. Okay, so no close back above PMH. That's the risk. In the meantime, while I wait for this, I want the VIX to stay above 25. Okay, stay above 25. Matter of fact, stay above here. 25.07 to be exact. If we reclaim that PMH, okay, close back above it, I'll close runners. So I want the VIX to stay above that level. Okay, critical test here. No close above that. Average fill 157. No close above here. So in the meantime, VIX stay above 25. See if we can protect that and push it back lower. Quick scalp for 10%. See if the runners can start to go at least into that 50% retrace. So in my case, my NC is don't get above here. All right, don't get above there. If it doesn't get above there, VIX can hold that 25. I can stay in. I want the Dow to start to collapse. The Dow is the first one to lead us. So it's the case of first to lead, first to bleed. The Dow led us out the gate. So I'd like the Dow to sell off. Okay. I'd like the Dow to sell off here. See if this can turn to marathon runners. Buyer stepping in here. We get that close above that NC, close above PMH. I'll close runners. So another attempt, another rejection. The Dow's starting to wake up. VIX is starting to go to 25. So this needs to break down here. Okay, VIX is not in our favor currently. We want that 25 to hold. Okay, see if you get one more drop while the VIX tries to sort itself out and put some pressure on that support. I want that VIX to bounce. I want the Dow to fall back below that and go 2 up, 2 down. I want that support to crack. If we can get this into 659.55, we'll be nice teens. All right, up 12, 13. Again, TP where you need to, guys. Okay, 14, 17. Next test is right here. Next test is right here. We can see some buyers protect that. So if we can break that, that'd be great. Take some off right there at 13. Okay. There's a last test. See if we can really break below that. Okay. So TP where you need to, guys. That's a healthy return. I like how the VIX is starting to bounce. So for us to get that nice push, it needs to break below these lows. 18, there we go. 22, 25, there we go. 27. No close back above that 50% retrace to weekly. 24. Go, go, go. Go to daily open. That'd be great. Hold below 659.55. That'd be great. Okay, there we go, guys. 28. Who took that? Straight from the game plan. Okay, straight from the game plan. Okay, so game plan, we talked about that PMH. Up 36. There we go. 40. Ooh, runners are moving nicely, guys. 37. Daily open is next. Don't close back above this. NCs has been moved. 41. Again, TP, TP, TP. One runner left, up 40%. See if he gets a daily open. We can't get a response here. We can't get a response there. But look at the VIX. Look at the VIX team. 47%, 45%. Might be an early day for us today. I want to break below that daily open. We can't get a response. 45% right there. I'm going to close out right there. Close out right there. It's not filling my close. It's not filling my close. Did see 35, 45. So let me cancel that. And try to get filled again. Couldn't get filled there. Okay, I'll close it right there at 40. Okay, thank you very much. All right, dollar signs. Now, Shockwave 15 is coming up. Okay. 45% plus at peak. Beautiful job. Straight from the game plan. We did a tremendous job sticking to the game plan. Sitting through it. If you're waiting for Shockwave 15 hours coming up. And it might be a one and done. One and done. Who's one and done? Who's one and done? Okay. Last scale out 40%. Now let me check the chat. I had to babysit this for a little bit. Okay. IWM, let's go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful, beautiful. Holding one runner. Yep. Again, do what you want with the runner. All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. This idea is coming directly from the game plan. So if you tune into the game plan in the Discord, guys, type a me. Okay. So this is not hindsight. This is directly from the game plan. And those runners can start running. Okay, those runners can start running. Because now this can be a compound break into this level. Okay. So beautiful, beautiful setup, beautiful trade. See if you get that hole below daily open. Now we're in the jaws of the. Okay, so coming into it, what do we say here, guys? Very important. Right, I'm not buying the longs here unless we get that clear push. All right, so they get above it. It's clearly resistance. We got to treat resist as resistance. Rejection zone. That was where the idea came from. The next zone that I'm interested in taking back the upside in this territory here. Okay, so if you're done, that might be a one and done day. Less than 20 minutes of work. Tremendous job. Beautiful job, Marsha. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay. See if that idea can print the risk reward box. And look at the VIX. Okay, 25. Beautiful job, beautiful job. Absolutely, guys. Again, if you're enjoying the content on YouTube, okay, make sure to smash the like button. Make sure to share. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay, see if the puts can print with risk reward. And I'll just sit back and provide commentary. All right, might have to keep it clean today. See, we get that nice little risk reward box, Shockwave 15. If you're in the runners, you're laughing to the bank. Okay. You got the best entry. All right. So Shockwave 15 hit. So if you took this break, you're still on runners, you should be up 100%. Okay. But if you took Shockwave 15 alone, right, then your risk is whatever you choose. So in this case, you want to assess the environmental conditions. There goes the Dow. The Dow is giving us the reads. All right. The principle is, okay, the SAT framework, once again, with the environmental reads, we'll go over this in the boot camp. First to lead, first to bleed. Absolutely, Shaz. Anyone else got it on YouTube? There we go. If you took Shockwave 15, you're printing. Okay. I'll give you some context. Those contracts, I got them at 157. They are now 659s. They're now 286. Okay, so they're over 100%. How are we doing, strikers? There we go. Beautiful job, beautiful. There we go, guys. Shockwave 15, TP hit. Shockwave 15, TP hit. So even if you missed that, right here, Shockwave 15. There we go. Print, print, print. Print, print, print. The printer is on, guys. The printer is on. And now, be careful in this area. Dead upside breaker. Dead upside breaker. Already hit 1 TP. So we can see some buyers trying to get involved here. All right. So the game plan is playing out to a T so far. All right. So now if there's more buyers that take us below here, more sellers that take us below here, that's some tremendous, tremendous selling. So we can't see an exchange between buyers and sellers in this territory. So just be careful for us to get that continued acceleration to the downside. Okay. We're going to need the VIX to pop above 26 and continue to go. If we start to reject off 26, we can see some buyers trying to show up and pick this thing back up. But again, if your entry's here, okay, that's where my entry was. If your entry's here, Shockwave 15, you printed. Already hit TP, scale out. Okay, so again, if you caught any of those trades, you can be done for the day, and that's less than. Take advantage of what trading does, guys. It allows you to work for a short period of time. Why did you sell early? I wanted to take profit. That's why I sold early. Very straightforward. I'm greedy when it comes to taking profit, right? Beautiful job, Turbo. All right, everyone has different risk reward frameworks. All right. All I can do is train you to assess these ideas, provide the ideas, bring it to the table. What you do with it, that's up to you. All right. What you do with it, that's up to you. Who's done for the day? Approaching PML. Yep. So this territory, we can get that bounce. Just be careful. This is the key zone. So again, guys, folks on YouTube, we're not just going short up here because we want to go short up there. This is part of the game plan. All right. We reviewed this. We laid out the scenarios, and we lay out scenarios both ways. Not just one way, not just bullish, bearish. All right. If you're looking to be a bull, where do you need to be a bull? Right in this territory here, 657.02 territory. Okay. Daily upside breaker retest. So they paid the bears first, and they paid them handsomely. So if you're looking to go long here, you're not looking for an appreciation as much as large as this. Okay. If you're looking to go short one more time, you're going to allow the bulls to jump in. You're going to allow the bulls to jump in. Okay. So we can get a second leg. So we can get some sort of leg going. Okay, we're at the first leg, and then you want to see that. All right, so it's going to come down to that 26 on the VIX. Made 3K in 5 minutes. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. See if you get some kind of combination. Do buyers step in this area? If they don't, that selling pressure is very strong. Who's still holding runners, strikers? Beautiful job, Sancho. Closed runner 100%. Beautiful. 6-0. Beautiful. Shockwave got the job done today, as usual. Okay, Shockwave got the job done. So if there's going to be a big move, Shockwave will give you a good seat. All right, it's not going to give you that rush seat. Everything before Shockwave, you're going to have to use your technical prowess to identify setups, right? But if you're waiting for Shockwave, already hit TP. All right, so now if you're in those runners, let the runners do what they need to do. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Okay, and make sure to join our community. So you get the pre-market game plan breakdown. How do the Qs do? So it can get dicey in this area. We can start to see some buyers. We can try to see some, we can probably see some buyers trying to pick this thing back up. Look at the Qs. Shockwave 15 on the Qs. Hit target. IWM. IWM. Let's take a look at IW. IW. Okay, got that nice little break. IW. You can scalp out of it, or it's about to hit that target. Scale out. Okay. DIA. So everything looked like a hit today. DIA already hit TP. Okay. TP, scale out, TP one hit. So daily upside breaker tests are coming in now. Daily upside breaker tests are coming in now. So I would say be careful going short at this very moment. Wait for some sort of dead cat bounce. All right. You're buying the puts at the very high of the day. Okay. We're starting to see some buyers step in here. Okay. One DT SPY put, 2 DT SPY put, and 2 DT SPX put. Pff, beautiful job. Just smacking SPY all over the place. Late the party, 70 daily goal hit. 2 trades, 2 green. So if you really think about it, okay, this is one. You can think of this as one idea, and this as another idea. But the cool thing is when you have those ideas that bleed into one another. All right. When you have the front seat into those ideas like this one, that was beautiful. Who's done for the day? Who is done for the day? DFTD. Who's DFTD? That might be as good as it gets. Okay. Why don't you trade 0 SPX? SPX, I like SPY. I can just take 10 SPY. Right? It's not as easy to, and most of our traders trade SPY as well. You can go to SPX, Shockwave, whatever flavor you want. Right? Shockwave provides that opportunity at SPX as well. All right. But there's more flexibility in SPY when it comes to managing a position. Potential inverse head and shoulder on the one here. Left, head, right. See, that gets us out of there. Of course, we're below all those EMAs, so keep that in mind, okay? We're below all those EMAs, so retrace rejects. It's going to come down to how we interact with that 20, that 26 on the VIX, okay? If we reject off of it, we bounce here. Okay, the plan this week, guys, is keeping it clean. So either way, whichever side of the trade you decide to take, both of these, okay, coincide with the game plan. One was what? Remember, if you guys recall, okay, trap above there. And try to see if you get some sort of reclaim here off that daily upside breaker. Back the upside. So if you're looking to go short for the second leg here, you're going to see a clear break at this level and clear separation. Or maybe a collision into the EMAs. Collision into the EMAs and rejection off those EMAs. Okay, we're starting to reject here. See if we get below pre-market low. All right, we need to create separation away from here for us to really continue to sell off. And we need to get above that 26 on the VIX. Okay. All right, see if that can break below pre-market low and continue to go. Break below pre-market low, continue to go. That 15, some selling there as well. Okay, some selling left. See that 5-minute candle, some sort of hammer there. Q's hit TP. IW hit TP. Who was in IW Army today? IW also hit TP. I mean, if you caught IW up there, this would be the setup. Only thing is IW didn't take out that PMH. But if you used environmental conditions, and this is the breakdown, of course. You don't get the breakdown, then look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Hold above 26, we continue to sell off. All right, so no buyers there. My goodness. Selling pressure is real. So now we are in the jaws of the gap. Okay, now we're at the 50% retrace point. So 2 TPs hit. Okay, so 2 TPs hit. TP1 hit, TP2 hit. So that's 4R. And minimal drawdown there as well. If you took that there, there's minimal drawdown. Done for the day, staying and learning. Good, guys. Again, 150 people joining us this morning. Let us know where you're joining from. Everyone take a minute. Make sure you like the video. Okay, the likes are the currency on YouTube. If you're looking to level up your trading, jump in our community. Access all the tools and resources. All right, next month, with all the features being included. Okay, look at that 50% retrace right there. It's going to be close to how we interact with that 26. So we had a reclaim of that sweep of that PML. We swept it. See if we can hold above that daily upside breaker. And you want to take the shockwave or the 15-minute orb or 5-minute orb today? 3 trades done for the day. 55%. Beautiful job, Lynn. I know 60 likes to trade IW as well, Lynn. So we have a handful of traders that crush IW. The Interior Secretary claims 100 million in gold. We're back in Venezuela. Huh. It's a ton of gold. Let's take a look at some of the environmental conditions. Look at that. All right, so again, the leash is very short. To go short below that PML. Came and swept that. It already hit 2 TPs. All right, so the VIX currently, okay, remember, for us to fill that gap, VIX needs to fill that gap. Beautiful job, Mr. Stocks. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 100 likes is the goal, guys. 100 likes is the goal. How we doing on Google Meets? Beautiful job, James. Took the shockwave, 60 cents per contract. Good. It's going to come down to that 26 on the VIX. So we come sweep pre-market low. We swept pre-market high. Now, do we go back to equilibrium? Being at 658.69. If you're short, what more do you want? Hit 2 targets. Okay, buyers starting to come in. So, close this real quick. Let's go to bird's eye view. Why is it so hard to short here, guys? You want to short into this area, but you don't want to short right there because why? Daily upside breaker and 50 EMA. So you need that clear, convincing break with some follow through. So those setups were basically targeting this area before the bulls start jumping in. All right, so remember that daily upside breaker retest across all the indexes was on watch. So if you're looking to go long, you have to wait for that sell-off to take place. Okay, and wait for all these names, some of these indexes to come to the daily upside breaker, and then go. Whatever your entry model is. All right. I did see your message, Mr. Stocks. The bot, what it does is someone does caps, it just blocks the message. I did see your message. Everyone like it up. All right, our work can be done. We can just turn off the stream and move along, right? But we're going to be here. I'll just look for lottos from this point on, okay? Lottos, afternoon lottos, mean reversion setups. All right, but if you're done, guys, as midweek, tomorrow's Thursday, and then, of course, Friday, ramp down. So if you're green, if you want to start scaling back to protect the green for the week, it's a good way, especially if this is your first green in a long time. If it's your first green in a long time, the objective is to get you as close as possible to green your very first week you're here. See if that plays out there, right shoulder, if that PML holds. Okay? That's the objective. My objective is to get you to green. If you can see green, yep, same one we just saw trade wins. Beautiful eye. Left head right off that key level. Iran will not accept ceasefire. I mean, just imagine from a tactical standpoint, after you eliminate 80% of the leadership, how can the other opposing party accept a ceasefire? It doesn't, right? I think it's just to ease the tensions and make sure the markets don't do anything wild, and make sure the 10-year doesn't start to rise too fast. Right? We don't want the 10-year to start going too high. All right. I mean, I don't think there's any. If you ask me, for my opinion, again, I'm not the right person to ask about geopolitical situations. But if I had to chime in, right, the fight already started. So I don't think there's going to be a ceasefire unless you have some sort of internal coup, and you have a plant and you put that plant into leadership. Very similar to Saddam Hussein. What happened in Iraq. So history repeats. Right? So because there's going to be a vacuum, there's no leaders. There's going to be a vacuum. So whenever there's a vacuum and there's no leadership, guess what rises? Different rebel groups come to power. So there has to be some sort of rebel group that you're already in alignment with and you make an agreement with. And then you give them the power to run the country, but you're really pulling the strings. So unless that happens, I don't see that in sight. I could be wrong, but I don't see that in sight. All right, so we can't get above this level here. That's 657.44, which was the target. Now we're just kind of stalling here. Okay, so anything can go here. Just kind of SPY is hugging that 20, VIX is hugging that 26. We're hugging this zone. No real separation. Can go either way, back and forth. So let the dust settle there. The question becomes, are the sellers exhausted? And are the bulls willing to pick it up here? Is it cheap enough for them to buy a pile in? Okay, see if we get that hold above that daily upside breaker. Hold above daily upside breaker. Keeping a close eye on the 5s across the board. I like how the VIX is nice, carrying that separation. Good, good, good. So no horse in the race currently outside of the puts that we took early in first shift. Okay, guys, let's get the likes up, guys. We want 150 viewers, 55 likes. Let's get 100 likes before 10:30. We'll do the giveaway here. What alerts do we have? So we got some AI alerts. We got NVIDIA 200 strike 515, 62% confidence. Okay. So May 15th contracts, 62% confidence from the AI. Probably using that support. We're seeing some. So this takes into consideration technicals as well as some flow. So these are all the premiums bought. So far, if you were to take it at the very instance, the max drawdown you would have seen is 8%. So now it's starting to work the upside. So that NVIDIA signal, sponsored by AI. Take a look at that. Jets, hourly break on Jets. Jets is that, I believe, the airline ETF. Airline ETF, we got a nice little breakout on Jets. Keep a close eye there. Nice breakout on Citi. Nice breakdown on ABR. Breakdown on DPZ. I believe that's Domino's Pizza. WM, Waste Management breakdown. Okay, so pay attention to that support level. The support level is starting to look like it's breaking down. MKC breakdown. So latest trade ideas here. So again, guys, that comes with your plan. All right, so do your due diligence. Don't take anything blindly. Okay, don't take anything blindly. Okay, right shoulder. Do we get that neckline and reversion back to that 658.69. Textbook. So if you're a right shoulder, if you're in the SAT camp, you're looking for right shoulder. If you're neckline, what you're waiting for is that close above this level, hold above that level. If you'd like to take the initial break using volume, that's fine as well. But look at that inverse head and shoulder back to the upside. Anyone take the calls there? IW back to daily open. Okay, we're reclaiming that daily upside breaker. Reclaim that daily upside breaker. 3 of the 4. Still red. The only one green right now, barely green by 22 cents, is IW. So if you take the right shoulder scalp, that's your window to scalp. If you're taking the 5 minutes, what you're looking for is some sort of retracement back into some EMAs and a break of the support. So this is the current path the bulls are trying to take. This is the road they're using to try to gravitate back towards that 658.59. Okay, so for the bulls at this point, it's about small victories. Small victories. Okay, hold this level, just hold the support, get it back into this territory, and start building. All right, so if you're bearish, what you want to pay attention to is this trend line support. Once that starts to crack, that can be your sign. We're headed back to VWAP. So this already hit TP. Bears already got paid. Bulls are getting paid now. So you can see, guys, going back to our chart here. Okay, this was one idea. This was the next idea. If you took both, tremendous job. If you took one, either or, tremendous job as well. Either or. Either or, either or. Goal for today, as far as subs are concerned, let's see if we can get 4,150 subs. We cracked 4,100 yesterday, so again, thank you for the support. Okay, that's going to come down to that support on the 5-minute. You want to look for some sort of shooter, some sort of 2-on-2, some sort of bearish candlestick combinations, 2 candlestick combinations off those levels. Okay. So try to look for some evening stars. Evening stars off the VWAP. If you see some evening stars, that'd be a good way to approach it. All right, bulls are piling in, picking it back up. So we swept pre-market low, swept pre-market high, swept pre-market high, swept pre-market low. But before that, guys, what level do we bounce off of? This is the critical level here. So this is the best seat in the house. All right, the 655.93 G50 bounce. Okay. That's where everything is. That's where we generated the fuel from. Okay, Qs are above VWAP. See if Qs can hold above that VWAP. Qs flipped green on the day. IW flipped still green. IW is up about 56 cents on the day. 0.22%. As we head to that 658, 658.59, okay? I want to see nice rejection. Okay. Nice rejection there. Preferably if we can peak above it, then fall below it. That'd be nice, so we can trap some of the longs above daily open. That closely coincides with the VWAP. If we declare victory above this level, continue to push, that's the reclaim. Right, so it's very tough to go long here just under VWAP unless you have some sort of VWAP reclaim strategy. Okay, the long was, the early entry was, of course, the earliest entry where you take the most amount of risk is the G50. So these key levels are where we can see those reactions take place. We got that inverse head and shoulder off that key zone. We got that neckline entry here. We got that right shoulder entry here. we get that 50-50. Is right there if we include the highs of the day. If we use this initial leg, we're at 50-50 right there. So between that 658.28, 658.10, about an 18-cent spread. So right at that 50-50. So in this case, for us to continue to push to the downside, you want to see a nice break back below this area and a crack of the support and a bounce off that 25. And of course, you want the cues to fall back below VWAP. See if we can crack this support. The only ones above VWAP currently are the Qs and IWM. So between VWAP and the put trigger, there's an area I'll keep an eye on. Area of interest. There goes the Qs. Look at the Qs. Qs are starting to pump. Qs are starting to pump. SPY came back. Couldn't get that break below this this key level. Rejection, rejection, rejection. We break. Buyers picking it back up for that retest. Our first tap into that VWAP is right there. So IWM and the Qs are what's lifting us up. IWM and the Qs are what are carrying us. Small caps and mega caps are carrying the market right now. It's going to come down to that VWAP. I want to pay attention to see what takes place here if there's an opportunity with that rejection. If we just completely blast past it, I'll let it be. Again, there's no pressure. If you're green already, there's no pressure for you to play ball. You can be done for the day. You dictate the pace. You choose. You have the leverage. Semis are strong. Intel is gone. Intel's out of here. Dell looks like it wants to pop. INTC. Yep. Good night. Take a look at some of those names on another chart. Keep a close eye. Keep a close eye on that 658.59. So bears still have control here. See if they can maintain that control. It's going to come down to that trigger there. As we're right there, guys, it's going to come down to that 25. So this support held up. Support held up. See if that support can start to crack. Keeping a close eye on that 5-minute candle. If the Qs and IW start to fade, okay, that'll let us drop to the downside. Want that 5-minute candle to close. Palantir is up 2%. No shockwave there. MU's down 2. SNDK is down 3 with that gap down. Robinhood is up 6. Okay, nice gap up on Robinhood. Broadcom is up 1.7. Amazon, nice gap up. Google filled the gap to the downside. Meta gapped up, still within the middle of that range. Intel, not Intel, NVIDIA. NVIDIA gap up. NVIDIA's up 2%. That 180 psychological level on NVIDIA will be critical. You see that rejection right there? Right off of that, coming to that support. But this, to really start to accelerate, needs to hold below this 657.43. Okay, so once the Qs start to fade, once the Dow start to fade, once the Qs and IW start to fade, the ones that were the leaders, we start to dump. Who took the puts right here in the area of interest? Okay, comes into there. Nice 5-minute candle to the downside. You can start to trail, trim. VIX comes into 25.08, very close to 25, gets that bounce. You see? Did you guys see that wick? Did you guys see that wick? Look at that wick. Again, we saw this take place yesterday as well. Look at that wick. That wick reached all the way into PMH. So be very careful, guys. They're starting to play these games now. They're starting to play these games. So be very careful. We see this take place yesterday as well. All right, they just start throwing these things out there now. Did you see? Look at the wick. Is this printing on anyone else's chart? I'm more than likely going to print on TradingView, but any other broker charts. We saw this take place yesterday as well. This is literally manipulation. Right, blatant manipulation. Back-to-back days. This is a sign of high-frequency trading. So what this did was it just filled all those longs and dropped it back lower. Please be very careful. Nice bounce on off that trigger. You see it on TOS as well, okay? All right, that might be a time to say, hey, you know what? I'm packing it up, okay? We saw this take place yesterday as well. So back-to-back days. Let's just drop down to the 10-second chart real quick. Okay, here we go. We did the same thing yesterday. All right? So this is firsthand. A lot of people talk about manipulation. Here you go. Can we drop down to the 1-second chart? Here. Right here. You see this candle on the 1-second chart. So 1025. Okay. On the 5th second. Look at this. This one order. Okay, this wick here, what took place on this 1 second, guys. 1 second, $3. To give you some context, context is always key. Because without context, we're going to be clueless. Okay. To give you some context, that 1 second candle was $3 some change. Okay. So what does that mean? Context. Our daily ATR is $9. Our ATR is $9. On average, we're moving about $9 throughout the entire day. So this 1 second move, okay, was basically over a third of the daily move. And we're seeing it on SPY. We're seeing it on some of the other indexes as well, but we're primarily seeing it more exaggerated on SPY. QQQ over 590.42 for longs. Let's take a look at QQQ trade wins. $591.42, slightly above. We got that PMH right at 591.74. So in this general area, yeah, I can see that. We just need to get that confirmation, like you said. Coming into it as resistance, so breaking that nice put high. Failed double top, opens up the door. Let's put that alert up there. Our 590.42, you're actually here. 590.42, actually a little lower than that. I thought it said 591. 590.42. Boom. So hold of that. At least that gives it a little room, early seat into that test of that resistance. Inputs, in IW inputs now, TOS did it, out of puts, okay? So even if you took the puts as rejections, more than enough. If you're a scalper, you can make something work. Your entry is there, your first target is there. So you have to use those targets. So it's not every day the action is this clean. It's not every day you see these drops like this. So on days where you don't see the drops, okay, don't undermine or don't underestimate the power of taking those profits. But if you're looking for something like this every day, you're giving up the 10, 15, 20s. Yeah, that's a nasty wick. All right. Scalpers. If you just jump in, we took one trade so far. That trade played out beautifully. Our team members were able to crush it. Folks on YouTube were able to crush it. All right. First shift is officially in the books. Okay, on YouTube, if you were able to capitalize off some opportunities during first shift between 9:30 and 10:30, okay, $signs in the chat. And if this is the only opportunity, guys, I'm okay with that. If this is it, I can live with that. Moving forward, we have our highs and lows. We'll just play lottos for mean reversion. Okay, so first shift is officially in the books. Let's highlight some of our team members. Absolutely crushed it. You 55% IW, 2 green trades, $2,000. Sancho, beautiful job. 50% puts, $1,000, 1.6, 100%. $, hold and runner. Tremendous job, guys. All right, so again, feel free to be done, right? You don't want to sneak back in the office and do more work. Some days, it's a light day. You're not compensated by how long you work. It's more of how well do you work in a given time, during a given period. So tremendous job during that first hour. I let this thing chop around, kind of what took place yesterday. This is the importance, guys, of having, if we say we trade SPY, all right, then you have to have this every day. Because we saw this take place. This is why I do this, because we have to know what SPY did every day. That's hard. We need to know SPY like the back of our hand. All right. So you can see this took place yesterday after first shift, this manipulation. Only difference was we're above that daily open, and we had this key zone between that daily open and this BOG. All right. So after that took place, we did see some choppy action, and then things started to clean up the very next shift. Okay. So after third shift, mean reversion setups can present an opportunity. Or I'll look to take shockwave. Shockwave or mean reversion will be the best way to go. All right. So again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up so we can do the giveaway. We're a little light on the likes today. 63 likes, 100 likes is the goal. All right. We're still grinding higher. Let's move this slightly like this now. The reason why I'm moving this is because, okay, these lows are higher than these lows. So you can keep it like this, but these lows are significant. So you want to get those. You want to constantly upgrade or constantly adjust your trend line. As long as that trend is intact. Welcome, Reese, if you're a first-time viewer. Any other first-time viewers? NQ 2500 resistance for futures. Can look for longs. You want that compound push. NQ above the 500s. And the Q is above that, hold above that 590.42. Okay, we're peaking above that daily open. Everything is green except DIA. So this was primarily led by the Qs, primarily led by small caps. And since IWM is in the lead, IWM is getting close to that PMH. If we can accelerate above PMH, okay, I'll be there for IW. Okay, change my focus to IW real quick. See if IW can start to break this and hold above this, okay? Why? Invalidation of this double top. Coming into it, there's a resistance. We got to respect the fact that there's resistance. So if we get that break, double top invalidation for that continued acceleration, I'll be there. In case I'm not coming into it just looking to go long, because we have to have the awareness to understand there's a technical pattern. So we need, if we're looking for the break, we need an extra layer of confirmation. We have to give the bears the benefit of the doubt. Bears the benefit of the doubt. Who sees this? Anyone looking for that handle? So what's been paving the way for us is the Q and IWM. All right, so I'll get alerted there, and I'll go back to SPY. SPY. Okay, there might be put opportunity here on SPY. See if risk reward can remain on the chart. Want to see that risk reward box get printed. In the meantime, I want to see the VIX bounce off that level. This is going to coincide closely with the rejection of the VWAP. Let's go back to SPY. Okay, Shockwave 15 says puts there. So for this to really go, I need that break of that trend line. Okay, Shockwave 15. Put signal came in. See if we can get some sort of nice little bounce, a nice little bounce into it. I'll take a short. Don't want to have that entry all the way down there. Everything's starting to sell off in the 5 here. I want to see if I can get a nice clean entry. Get up there, get up there, get up there. Try to get as close as possible to VWAP. That'd be great. I'm looking at the 657s. In this case, we want IW to, of course, have that rejection off that double top. The Qs have that rejection as well. I want the VIX to stay above 25. See one more push. It did get a nice little push there. See one more push. That with this thing looks like it's ready to go. Get one little push retracement into here. So I'm basically I'm being stingy for that entry. Because if my entry's right here, I can't sit through too much drawdown. So I'm just pinching pennies for that entry. And I want to see how that VWAP holds up. Looking at the 657s. In this case, will be a make or break, scale out or stop or hit TP. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the puts, SPY puts. Couldn't get that all the way up there, but I'll take it off that entry. So my risk is going to be, okay, that risk is going to be that 659.17. If you did take this, manage accordingly, have a better entry. For this to really go, guys, we need to hold below VWAP for the next 50 seconds, and we need to break this trend line support. Up 8, trend line support test. That's going to come up. We need that break. It's going to come down to that. All right, so TP where you need to if you took that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Take some off right there at 9. I filled at 10. Up 11. First scale out already. I want that hole below that level. Scale out if you need to. 13. I want a hole below that 658.09. Want a hole below 658.09. Okay, so now no close back above VWAP on the 5. Had to take profits at that 10. I couldn't turn it down. See if runners can go here. If we can hold below this level here, we'll be good to go. 658.09. We'll be good to go. All right, scale out already given by Shockwave. If you're babysitting runners, babysit. Next target down here. Have your NC. Buyers stepping off these lows, guys. Buyers are willing to pick this thing back up. All we need to do is trigger these lows. VIX continue to push higher. That'd be great. VIX, my friend VIX, stay above 25, 22. All right. Make sure you take profits if you need to. If you want to scale out, we've seen upwards of 13. If you're still holding, mark out your NC. Okay, mark out your NC. You can use that view up as your NC. Whatever your entry is, my average fill is 127. Close below 658.09 will be critical. That would be a great close. Now we want to see the IWM continue to dump. We want to see the Qs continue to dump. That EMA is right there as well. So now get that nice flush move here. Break below those lows, continue to push. Buyer stepping in off those lows. So no close above here. All right, so scale out at 13. If you did, that's great. If we close back above 658.54, I'll skedaddle. Okay, I'll close it there. All right, so quick scalp. Couldn't get that follow to the downside and stopped out runners. That was 7-8%. All right, but Shockwave did give us that scale out. All right, I want to see if we could hold below that 658.09, would have been nice, but couldn't hold below that level. So quick scalp here, and of course now the VIX is working out. If it's still within your NC, do what you need to do. What I didn't like is the fact that VIX gave up at 25.32, and now we're kind of holding the support on the bigger picture time frames because this is just a wick. What I wanted to see, what would have given me that confidence, is that close below 658.09 and we get that target, that territory. So this was a great area to scale out and then take it from there. Okay. And don't take that last scalp there, quick scalp. IW, the fact that IW was rejecting off that double top was nice. Now that we're starting to accelerate, if IW gets back above 253, I like that. If the Qs can get back above 591.37, whatever that breaker is, I like that as well. SPY is just kind of just chopping around here. Right. The idea itself, provide the scale out. If you're looking at TP, has not got invalidated yet. All right. It's just back and forth. Back and forth, forth and back. All right, so Shockwave today, massive push, 4R return here, scale out, scalp, and if you're looking for it to hit TP, has not got stopped out yet. So Shockwave has been on fire past few days here. All right. So not every trade can be a massive trade like this. That's where we took the puts. Okay, that was the first trade. This is also a nice area to get involved as well for Shockwave. We took it here as well. So far, 2 trades. Both worked in our favor. 1 runners ran, 1 runner stopped out. All right, so for those mean reversion lottos, I want to see grab highs and lows. All right. If we can get that, great. If we don't, while we're live, then we'll let it be. Once you start seeing a pattern, you can't unsee it. My entries minus dollars, but I'm happy for you guys that made on the shorts here. Or how many trades you take so far? I was trying to leverage that the resistance on the Qs and Q. So trying to use that in my favor to catch the SPY short. For me to still be in this current push, I wanted to see that close below there. All right, don't like to sit through all that back and forth, especially with those zeros. All right, so if you're still in those puts, just know where your risk is. Okay, and just abide by your risk management plan. I'm always a big proponent for taking profits at double digits, but again, I manage it how you see fit. IW maybe wants to form that handle. Okay, nice rejection there. IW, okay, double top rejection. So see if IW wants to form that handle. Rough estimate handle in this area. Rough estimate. Let's get that measure. Yeah, so right there. So handle is going to be between that between this 252.03 and that daily open. Beautiful how those two things coincide. Okay, shockwave, the idea on IW, hit target. So what I like about shockwave is it doesn't get you involved in these. It minimizes this. Okay, so it minimizes this because it filters it out. So I tried to put as many variables in there to have those custom filters. If you filter everything out, unfortunately, if you have too many filters, then it's not going to give you any setups. Right? So at some point in time, what that means is it's almost, if you're filtering everything out, it means you're trying to eliminate risk. Right? So what we have to understand is the risk is inevitable. There's never going to be a time where we can eliminate risk out of the equation. Risk will always be present. So the question is the risk worth allocating at that said place on the chart? So it's like say you have an A+ setup. All right, if you have an A+ setup. A+ setup in my definition, my definition I would say is minimum 3 points of confluence. Okay, minimum 3 points of confluence. That's an A+ setup in my book. If 3 things tell you the same thing, at minimum, that's A+. Okay, so now if you get A+ setup, so you have 5, and your A+ setup is that's the bottom end of the A+ setup. Say yours is 5. 5 things telling you the same thing. How frequently does A+ setup present an opportunity? If 5 things have to tell you the same thing, more than likely this setup is not going to be available all the time. Therefore, it's an A+ setup. So A+ setups are not going to be available all the time, every hour, every second. Right? There are things you have to wait. You have to wait for. All right. As far as SPY intraday trading, you can get an A+ setup probably 1 to 3, maybe 1 to 5 A plus setups during the day. But they're going to require you to wait. Right? But if you have your A plus setups, okay, you can still do a lot of damage with a couple of Bs. You can work with those Bs. If you know what you're doing, you can work with those Bs in pursuit of your A's. But in the beginning, just stick to your A's because you're just developing the discipline to be patient. Okay? So we're starting to reclaim here. I should have been one and done. Yeah, we live and we learn. Firefly. So my entry here was in this area. We did see 13% at peak. I scaled out at 10. All right, when I was looking to see if we can hold below here. The fact that we can hold below here, all right, that's okay. Buyers are picking this up, multiple wicks. We get that back to that level. Okay, let me move along. So now the confidence 50-50. Slight bear edge, slight. Score is 4 out of 8. So remember, we had strong bear control at some point. Now it's starting to move towards, man, that NVIDIA idea, guys, is out of here. Okay, you guys have access to, when you join the community, this directly in your Discord. Okay, directly in the Discord, you have access to all this stuff. So those ideas come in. All right? And that within itself is like $70. The service from Traditix is more expensive than the Discord itself, than our Discord itself. So that goes to show you, right, how friendly the pricing is. All right, I'm looking for a good another tool to integrate as well. All right, reclaim. So in this case, Shockwave, okay, gave us that scale out, didn't hit TP. If you're looking to hit TP, on the verge of getting stopped out. If you took the scale out and you babysat runners about to get stopped out. If you just went puts, scale out full, you're the winner. So this support continues to hold, okay? Support continues to hold. Okay, support continues to hold. I'm going to get a quick coffee refill. In the meantime, let's listen to our friends at CNBC. Folks on YouTube, smash the like button so we can do the giveaway. Make sure to share. Make sure to subscribe. Goal today is to get 4,150 subs. We've been climbing slowly, guys. Real subscribers, real people. So it's awesome to see how we're continuously growing our community organically. If you're a first-time viewer, we go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Everything is for educational purposes, okay? So it's just to provide as much value for you on your trading journey. None of this is financial advice. I'm not licensed. I would love to give you financial advice, but I'm not licensed to do so. All right? So again, it's for educational purposes. That might change, okay? That might change in the near future. All right? I do have some things coming up in the future I can't talk about now. But as of now, this is for educational purposes, not financial advice. Okay? Just keep that in mind. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. Just keep a close eye on that trend line support. We're above that daily open. The Dow is the laggard. IWM is actually the Qs are the leader. IWM second. SPY right behind that. Okay, let me pull up NVIDIA out of here. So semi's starting to go. So what's moving here? Okay, XLK is moving. Consumer discretionary is moving. Materials moving. What's flat? Energy. Consumer staples. Real estate. So what's moving? What's getting pushed to the downside is the Dow. We can see this being reflected here. Okay. I want you to get to the position where just by looking at these 11 sectors, you know what's moving. As far as our terrific 12, NVIDIA's up 2%, Alphabet flat, Amazon up 2.26, Tesla up 2.8, Palantir up 2.89. It's a nice bounce off those lows. Everything is up except USO. All right, so from an ETF perspective, index ETF perspective, USO, okay, crude oil ETF down 3%. Silver up 4.9. IBIT, Bitcoin ETF 2.97. Silver up as well. IWM 1.4. QQQ 1.06. SPY 0.77. So nice little bounce back. The big thing is for SPY this week. By Friday, 4 p.m. Okay, are we above 200 EMA? Are we below 200 EMA? That is the number one question on the daily time frame. All right. Are we above 200 or below 200? Dividend reinvest by jumping. Are you talking about a DRIP? Dividend reinvestment plan? Take a look at our friends at CNBC. Okay, what are they up to? Okay, let's take a listen. I'll be back. Okay. In the meantime, guys, again, if you're done for the day, put down for the day. Don't give back your profits. If you gave a little bit back, don't let that spill over and get you in the attitude to make back what you gave back and then give back the big chunk of the pie. All right? So it's always good to exercise that discipline. If two opportunities is what we get, if one opportunity is all you get, that's good. It's not. Remember, you're not compensated by the number of trades you take. It's about the quality of the trades and how well you execute. How well you execute those trades and how well you're able to identify those opportunities. All right. So far, Qs are above VWAP, Dow's above, SPY's above VWAP. The Dow is looking to get above VWAP, so keep a close eye on the VWAP on the Dow. So 3 of the 4 are above VWAP, 3 of the 4 are green so far in the day. SPY's teetering, right? Teetering because the green didn't come down to this level here. All right, so it didn't get stopped out yet. Maybe sat through some drawdown back and forth. Premium got crushed a little bit, but still, OpenAI narrows focus ahead of IPO. So OpenAI, I think they're dropping Sora. I think OpenAI, they missed the thing with the AI space. They missed the mark a little bit, in my opinion. All right, if you wait too long, too many competitors jump into space. The IPO is still appealing, but different from a year and a half ago. You have Claude, you have OpenClaw, you have a bunch of different things going on now. All right, so it's only going to be more companies jumping in. All right, let's take a listen. We'll be right back.
When we come back, the CEO of Chewy breaking down results, sending their shares to the best day in over a year right now. Money Movers begins after a quick break.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
My husband Dean has always worried about his diabetes. He was afraid that once he reached retirement, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. But getting Dexcom G7 has put Dean in control of his health. Wherever we go, he can easily manage his sugar levels and make sure he's staying in range. To Dexcom G7 has given us confidence in the future, wherever it takes us.
Where to next?
Are you at home wondering if your retirement plan is really working for your long-term goals? Maybe it's time to find out. At Fisher Investments, we're a full-time fiduciary. Our goal is to grow your wealth and help you retire comfortably. We also have a transparent fee, structured so we do better when you do better. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, we have up-to-date guidance you need now.
Call or scan for your free Smart Retirement Action Kit. 3 essential guides to help bring confidence and clarity to your retirement planning.
1-800-340-8205.
We'll show you ways to minimize excessive fees so more of your money stays invested and working for you.
Don't miss your free Smart Retirement Action Kit.
1-800-340-8205.
Call us today. A second opinion could make all the difference for your comfortable retirement.
Call or scan for your free Smart Retirement Action Kit today.
1-800-340-8205.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything in your workflow.
Any data source, and with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
Get your ticket to CNBC Pro Live. Redefine financial success with strategies from some of CNBC's top wealth advisors. Develop a blueprint for wealth with exclusive access to the pros. Get your ticket now at cnbcevents.com/wealthwomen.
Good Wednesday morning again. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with Mike Santoli live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off today. Watching shares of ARM, the biggest gainer right now in the NASDAQ 100 as it announces plans to sell its own chips with Meta as its first major customer. We're going to discuss why ARM expects a significant revenue windfall and what the shift means for the overall competitive landscape.
Plus, Iran reportedly refusing to accept the U.S. ceasefire proposal, but in a move potentially key to oil markets, now allowing non-hostile ships to pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll break down what to expect for oil prices.
And after stumbling out of the gate for 2026, shares of pet supplies retailer Chewy are surging. After reporting an upbeat outlook, we'll break down the quarter and the outlook with the company's CEO this hour.
Right now, markets are holding on to early gains. The S&P 500 up about 0.9%. You see, it is led by the NASDAQ, up 1.25%. Russell 2000 also getting a good bounce. Treasury yields are on the downside modestly. Crude oil holding on to about a 4% decline in response to those headlines about a floated ceasefire negotiation proposal. Just for benchmarking sake, the S&P still a little bit below Monday's high on that first burst of a rally that we did get.
Also, it's broadening, right? The rally that we're seeing in the equity market.
It's pretty broad, yeah.
I mean, everybody's rallying except for energy. Consumer discretionary continues to be top of the top when energy prices fall.
Right.
The cruise lines, the travel names.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also you've got tech playing in it as well.
It's about 3-to-1 positive to negatives in the morning trade. So definitely it's firm, but still a little more to be proven. See if we get news to support that. Let's bring in Alexandra Wilson Elizondo, Global Co-Head of Multi-Asset Solutions at Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So obviously the markets have been consumed by every little twist and turn of this story. Has it caused you to reassess or rethink your macro view or how you think portfolio should be?
Okay, back. We just continue to hug that daily open. No clear separation so far. Second shift, we did take the scalp to the downside. Nice double-digit gain, stopped out on those runners. Outside of that, we did see a nice push to the downside, a pretty significant sell-off here. First shift, clean opportunity. Ever since then, it kind of just been messy in this territory to kick off second shift. So if we don't take out those highs or those lows of first shift, we continue to trade. Things can get a little more appealing in third shift as we target or as we utilize the highs and lows of second to see if we get some mean reversions. So for the past, since the very beginning of second shift, I would say, since 10:30, we have not been able to create true separation away from that daily open, from that TOG 658.59. And we just go back and forth in that territory. So technically this shockwave not fully stopped out yet. If you're just holding it, target or make or break. To make a break setup, that's the risk. But we can undermine the fact that, hey, you know what? The more it goes back and forth, all right, the more premium that it loses. Okay, so we're not going anywhere so far. We'll see how this shakes out in the next handful of minutes. We'll take a look at some names across the board. Ideally, you want that separation on the VIX away from 25. Okay, if 25 gets sticky, more than likely daily open, and that TOG gets sticky. Okay, so what do we got here? Who's on the clock? Who's on the clock? Who's on the clock? Let's go over our terrific 12. First name. So Shockwave worked nicely across all the indexes, okay? Provide at least one or two opportunities. The first opportunity, of course, was 2R minimum, 3R. 4R on SPY, 2R, almost 3R on the Qs. Palantir, okay, we gapped up. We're still within the jaws of that opening range. Let's see where some areas where the indicator might have been wrong. So again, we did get the break there, but no signal came in. Okay, because of the fact that I was trying to factor that in. Next is SNDK. SNDK did break that level as well. Broke above that daily breaker. So no signal on SNDK. SNDK, guys, if you take a look at those contracts are very pricey. All right. Next name, Robinhood. Nice break there. See if there's any signals that are generated. Amazon still with an opening range. Okay, there we go. Google was nice. Google hit 1R. Still with an open range. Okay, here we go. Meta would have got stopped out. So Meta pump fake, stop out. Nvidia, no signal there with that filter. And Netflix still inside that opening range. JPM starting to sell off. SPY starting to sell off here once again. So SPY, okay, so it didn't get stopped out, but new signal generated. Okay, so if you are in the position and say another signal gets generated while you are, you didn't get stopped out, you're in a position, you can use that signal, right, as further confirmation. All right. It's going to come down to this VWAP. We did kind of break this trend line support. Look at that. Scale out if you need to. And don't take this last one. Scale out if you need to. I can't wait for a Shockwave 15 to get in the hands of SAT traders, guys. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. I cannot wait. Look at that. All right. Why didn't they give us that earlier? Okay. All right. Look at that. Let me get caught up in the chat. Yes, I'm referring to the Shockwave. Yes, I'm referring to the tool. Days in a row. Now green, eventually green. One trade or beautiful job. Go try to be done for the day. Good, good, good. But look at the red. You see, what I do like about this is a risk management masterclass. All right, so even if you're red, I like the fact that you're not going and trying to make more, and you're just saying, hey, you know what? I accept this red. I accept the small red, and when you win, you really win. You got a Firefly. I know you'll bounce back. Again, especially in this area. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Hold your head up 100%. You're more than capable. Okay, it's just maybe reducing the quantity of those trades. All right, reducing the quantity. Just the art of just walking away. I know sometimes the thing is after catching a big trade, it's hard to walk away because the dopamine hit, the adrenaline is rushing. right? You want to get that hit again. And it's not easy, right? But that's the only thing at this point. That's the hurdle that you have to get over right there. And everyone has their individual hurdle to get over. All right, so we'll be right here by your side, Firefly. Look at that TP hit. So what the indicator does is it takes into consideration 8 variables. It takes into consideration 8 variables. There's a weight and a scale to each of those variables, and it starts to generate the market bias. These levels are based on that 15-minute range. Okay, 15-minute range, the opening range. Okay, so now you're just using that 15-minute range, the opening range of that 15 minutes, to really plot those levels out and to see what kind of interactions we have at those levels, to gauge the risk reward, to gauge the signal. So what it doesn't give you the signal every time, because it's constantly calculating the probability. All right, and the way you can do it is you can customize it, okay, to the point where you say, hey, you know what? I want to use a different entry confirmation. Okay, there's multiple you can choose on top of the one that already is embedded. You can customize it a little further as well. Do you want to hold? Do you want to retest? Do you want a break and hold? Whatever it is, you can customize it. So if I wanted a retest only, okay, I wouldn't get these signals because there's no retest. Okay, I'll get this one because it broke and it retested it. But these ones wouldn't come up. Okay, so you can customize it the way you'd like, to your heart's content. Okay. Okay, you can say whatever you can put whatever you want. Okay. Break and hold, 2-bar, retest. And it factors that in along with the environmental conditions. All right. Wow, that's a nice move, guys. This is a nice move. So once this trend line support started to crack, that's where it came in. We failed to hold VWAP, and then boom. Okay, so look at that. So what would you say this is worth to you? To be involved in a trade of this magnitude, to be involved in a trade of this magnitude, to be involved in a trade of here for that scalp. What is this worth? If you can put a price on it, what is that worth? Right, of course I already have the introductory price. All right, lifetime access. Okay. But that's the question you have to ask yourself. What is it worth to you? It's the gift that keeps on giving. And if you want to just reset it to defaults, okay, reset defaults, you can. Hold on. Reset settings. Okay, this is the default. The default is you can choose, okay. Look at your risk reward. You can go 1-to-1. What I like to do is, okay, so since I'm not want to take that much risk, I go to the display. I go to first I go to advanced. I go to compact. Okay, I can make that a little smaller, and then for the risk reward, there's a section for it. All right, so what kind of risk? What's your profile? Okay, I'm conservative. Okay, I'm conservative. TP1, that's that target, and it automatically programs that. And then if I want to make this panel here, that dashboard bigger, right? Move it around, I can. We go all the way down here. Okay, normal. I'll make it I don't want that risk text over there. I make it bottom right. I make it normal. And if I want the full dashboard advanced view, I'll probably have to look at that, guys. It continues to dump. Okay, I'll put at top right. I'll put normal, border width 2, and then I'll go all the way here for full. And this gives me everything. All right, this is everything. Boom. You can go here as well if you want the labels, the labels on the price chart. You can have that. I don't like the labels. It kind of gets in the way. So I like to take that off because I have a good idea where we are. You can even have that there as well. I like to take that off as well because I want to have that chart as clean as possible. So I say all that to say, okay, you can customize it to your heart's content. So I don't want the risk reward overlay. No, I want the risk reward overlay. I don't want the risk reward text box. This. Okay, and boom. So now I have a deep look at everything. The call TPs, the put TPs, the active trade, take the puts, 658.59, stop 659.17, next target, TP distance, we're about 61 cents. Scale out already sent out, TP1 already hit, so it's automatically calculating what that next target is and how far you are. So these are the last 3 signals. Puts here, puts there, puts there. Okay, you can see market sentiment. Okay, context and sentiment. I always talk about sentiment. I always talk about synchronized selling, environmental conditions. All right, these are the things I look for every day. All right, so look, market sentiment. It takes all that into calculation. Synchronized selling, all 4 on the same page. Trend bearish. Okay, VIX up. Look at that, guys. Hopefully one of our strikers is riding that. That is the move of the day, probably. This breakdown there with that move. Well, look at that. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Beautiful job, beautiful job, beautiful job, beautiful job. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I've been using similar TP. Beautiful. So the framework, if you watch Shockwave 15, the video series, it's right there. So it's not something magical. It's just I incorporate things on top of that, okay, to increase the probability, to filter it out. My goodness, guys, if you took that, beautiful job. Another trade sponsored by Shockwave. This was it. So once this trend line started to break, okay, put some pressure on it, view up, gave out, complete collapse. Look at this. Okay, not a peep from CNBC. Not a peep. By the time it crosses their headline, their dashboard, we're going to start bouncing. Wow. 150%. There we go. Firefly with the bounce back. There we go. 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 3.6 for Sancho. There we go, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm telling you guys, we're going to have the most profitable community. That's the goal from day one. Anyone that encounters our content. Overflow. 2025, we declared into 2025. 2026 was overflow. All right. Overflow. All right, so Shockwave is going to get you involved. If you see these massive dumps, 9 times out of 10, Shockwave will get you involved. All right? We'll get you involved in some way, shape, or form. Anyone else, guys? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's see the breaking news feed. We do have a breaking news feed as well. Let's see. American citizens, blame the Democrats, EU drafts plan to end automatic cancellation, French energy ministry, war, okay. Okay, all right. I guess no one's going to talk about it. Just a nice, just a nice $5 drop. I may call the National Guard to help airports. S&P 500 index rises 0.5. Look at this, guys. By the time we get this headline, rises 0.5% after peaking at 1.2. Okay, Jazeera Airways CEO. Okay, nothing hidden the newswire. Oh, there we go. 11:16. Iran's Bashir nuclear plant has been struck again. Again, guys, don't start chasing. Watch this. By the time it goes through CNBC's headline, more than likely will be starting to rally. U.S. is deploying warships and thousands of Marines to Iran with additional reinforcement expected to be soon as Friday, per Wall Street Journal. Let's go. Let's go. Got to be done now, Firefly. Got to be done now, Firefly. Way to go. Tremendous job. All right, you're more than capable as a trader. Took 2 trades on that. Beautiful job. I lost 2.2 on that trade. Again, not a bad risk. Beautiful job, Marsha. Tom, beautiful job, Tom. I'm a little late getting to the chat on the Google Meet, so apologies there, guys. How well does the Shockwave 15? When it works, it works. All right. Again, it's a momentum indicator. So if there's momentum in the market, it's going to get you involved. So again, Tesla is still range bound. Okay, still within the opening range. Doesn't mean if you're a scalper, you can find ways to trade within the opening range. But not everybody can do that. All right, so the Shockwave, it's a momentum-based indicator. Here we go. Amazon. All right, so Amazon, you can see here, it didn't get you involved there because it's seeing it as a trap. It gets you involved here. All right, so it tries to. The whole point of it is try to minimize the amount of trade you're taking. Okay, because most traders, I've come to the conclusion. Okay, working with numerous styles of traders. Okay, I would say 85 to 90% of traders. They belong in this box. Okay, they are trend traders, momentum traders. All right, the times where they seem to struggle or the time they seem to take the biggest losses is when there's no trend, when there's no momentum. Because what ends up happening is they're using these momentum setups, okay, in conditions where there's no momentum. All right, so Shockwave is all about momentum, all about trend. So if there's no trend within that opening range, it's not going to give you that move. Because usually what comes first, the trend or the momentum? The break with momentum takes place and then the trend emerges. So the birth of a trend starts with a momentum break. So it gets you involved in that momentum break. It goes hand in hand. So it blocks out the noise. Because most traders, again, right, they do tremendous. The ones who've been doing it for some time, the ones who are constantly improving, they do tremendous during momentum. They do tremendous during trend days. But days when there's no trend, days when there's choppy action, they look for those same setups in that condition. So this is my solution to that. Okay, my solution packaged in a product is Shockwave 15. That makes sense. So intro price $4.97. Okay. The early bird special $4.97. If you remember, that price would probably stay there for as long as it needs to, and then the price will jump up to its true value. And look at this. Again, you don't take profits. It goes to TP2. Look which way it goes. It goes the opposite way. Okay, they're playing vicious games. Okay, that's the price. $4.97. All right, that is a jam-packed, undervalued. That's basically 2.0 DT contract at the moment. So you definitely want to take advantage of that when it does get released. And you'll have access to it. You'll have access to the indicator. There will be updates coming. If you know one thing, I'm always updating things. Okay, so if you do get it, updates will be coming. There's going to be, in the near future, there will be a power hour update. Okay, I'm still collecting data as far as what is the best range for power hour. All right. I'm working on that in the background, and there will be a power hour element to this. All right. I can't say exactly when, but if that update rolls out, it will be automatically rolled out in the Shockwave 15 Pro. If this is too much noise, hey, you know what? It's distracting. I don't know what to look at, and that's okay. Just go to beginner. Go to minimal. It's going to give you the most important stuff. Okay, it's going to give you the most important stuff. Let me just move this to the downside, and I'll bring back my key levels again. Okay. All right, so we did get that break, nice break. You can see that trend line on the 5 strikers. $97% on the daily, I'm done. Yesterday took Mike Tyson punch by accident. Getting calls ready, taking some puts here. Do you want to know the best power hour trader out there? Do I want to know the best power hour trader out there? I don't follow any traders, to be honest. Right? At some point in time, all right, what I highly suggest is you just be in tune with yourself. I'm not saying that to discount anyone else, but there's only so much information you can take in. There's only so much styles that can resonate with you. Right? You just take the information that you have. Maybe you have a couple of voices used as confluence. My confluence is the chart. It's just me, myself, and SPY. All right. Anyone else's analysis, I can take a look at it. I can listen to it. Right? If it's someone in our group, if it's someone in our community, I can trust their analysis. Right? Because we're going to battle every day. They might point out things that I haven't seen. They might point out some kind of pattern that's taking place. But outside of that, I'm using the chart and I'm just using our community. Right? It's almost like we have hundreds of eyes on SPY. All right, so same thing with yourself as well, guys. You want to get to the point where you can learn how to fish on your own. Right? And I said it before, and our community is essentially getting a bunch of people that want to know how to fish. They learn how to fish. There's fishermen, and people that want to learn how to fish, all coming together and willing to exchange information. And eventually, if you're in the community 3, 4, 5, 6 months, okay, there's a good chance that you'll just constantly get better at what you're doing. Right? So for the folks that have been in for 3 months, if they hit their quarter, if they hit their 6 month mark, right? It's almost impossible for you to get worse. If you're showing up every day, if you're looking to trade your trades, if you're looking to constantly improve, right, you're going to get better. All right, you're going to learn how to identify these opportunities. You're going to learn how to do the analysis. You're going to learn about these different setups. You're going to learn from other people in the community. You can use other people's story as motivation. 9 times out of 10, someone's been where you've been. Okay? That's the whole point. All right, so everyone else, I mean, I don't have enough bandwidth to absorb everything. The only bandwidth I have is to absorb the most important things. All right, the most important things, filtering out all that information. Because the more information you consume, okay, you're going to lose small pieces of your style. Okay, it's gonna contaminate your style. All right, so at some point in time, you have to just sharpen your tools and start blocking out, okay, most of the noise and just narrowing it down to 1 or 2 sources. Everything else is just noise. And that's the kind, and that applies to everything in the current climate we're living in, right? Because it's almost too much information overload. There's so many things coming at you so fast, all the time, nonstop. And trust me, if you're in the trading algorithm side of things, all right, and if your ads are turned on, you're constantly getting this trading ads. Okay, there's nothing more annoying than trading ads. Just constant. Right? So at some point, you have to understand, hey, you know what? Focus on the charts, learn the game, surround myself with people that are looking to get better, have access to the best resources, and play the game. And look at this recovery. This recovery is just as impressive, if not more impressive, than that drop. Okay? And that's the conclusion you'll come to in the future. Learn to fish on your own is the beauty of that education, 100%. And it's not in my best interest, okay, to teach people how to fish. Okay? But it is because I believe people can do it. Because when I was struggling, all right, there was no one there. So it's not in people's best interest. It's counter. Right, to teach people how to fish. But I believe in teaching. I believe in empowering. I believe in giving you the tools and resources. Right, so I believe in going over the pre-market, going over all that stuff. Okay, so it's not just I have some secret setup and I don't break it down. You ask the question, I'll tell you how I get the setup, the basics of the setup, because it takes more than setups. It takes more than strategy. You can have the best strategy, worst psychology, still get nowhere. All right, so put in the chat, what would you prefer? Okay, what we have trader A. Okay, let's play a quick game. Okay, trader A. Trader A. Okay. We always do these case studies, okay? Trader A and trader B. All right? Say you're the head of Morgan Stanley, two traders come into your office. You're looking for a trader. All right. And you are looking to train this trader to trade your capital. You're looking to train this trader to train your capital, to trade your capital. Trader A, okay, has the best strategies, is a wizard on the chart. Can't beat him on the technicals. Knows everything. But psychology is very, very shaky. Okay? That's trader B, I should say. Trader A, okay, lacks the understanding of the charts. Doesn't have the setups. Okay, but psychology is superb. Okay, so now you're head of Morgan Stanley. You're looking for a trader. Two traders step into you're interviewing two traders. Okay, they're going to be trading some capital for you. Trader B, technician, terrible psychology. Trader A, novice with the technicals, but superb psychology. So which one would you take under your wing? Which one would you take under your wing? Which one would you say, hey, you know what? If I had to project, which one will find success in the long run? Which one will have the simpler path to success? But it's going to be tough, but which one would you go with? Trader B. Trader A with the psychology. You know why? Trader B, sometimes what happens is, guys, in trading, we learn so many of this stuff wrong, right? We have to spend time to unlearn some of those bad behaviors. All right, so Trader B, okay, there's a lot of technicals. Maybe he might think he's smarter than the game, smarter than the program. Has to unlearn all the psychology stuff. Okay, so every time, if you have, that's why if someone is saying, hey, you know what, all you need is this setup and you're good to go, that's not true. Okay, that's just one component. There's three pillars. Okay, three pillars. You guys seen this before. There's the technicals. Okay, there's the account management. Okay, and there's the psychology. These are the three pillars. There's the technicals. You have to know your setups. You have to know the charts to some extent. Account management, managing your account accordingly, knowing how to use appropriate size, and on top of that, psychology. You put these three things together, right? Over a long period of time, you're destined to win. Over the long run, you're destined to win. So it's not just, hey, you know what? Let me just go learn. Let me just go learn and become some technical wizard. All right? At some point in time, there's a diminishing return on the technicals. You can get too technical. If you go study everything out there, what you'll understand is a lot of things are counterintuitive. So one system is counterintuitive to the other system. Okay? And you're gonna be left confused. If you can't put the pieces together, you're gonna be left confused. Okay? So it's good to know the technicals. It's good to know everything that's out there. Okay, so you can build your system, but at some point in time, you gotta keep what you need to keep and throw what you need to throw away. And start working on the psychology and the risk management, reward management, account management. You put those three things together, you're well on your way. So if I mix the A and B, so what, the psychology guy or the technical guy? Psychology guy or technical guy? Take them both and put them in the same cubicle. I would even say the trader that's overly technical, he might even be bad for the environment. All right, because sometimes you may think you know or you're bigger than the program. All right, someone who thinks they're bigger than the program, someone who thinks they hit a certain level of mastery, right, is the downfall is around the corner. So you always have to remain a student. Because just when you get to a certain level, you think you know it all, right? There's another mountain. So you're just constantly climbing. All right, constantly climbing. And the hard part in trading, of course, is also unlearning. Unlearning. If you've been out there for 3, 5, 7 years, right? Half the battle is unlearning these bad habits. Okay? Because what will happen is you can't have your bad habits and good habits can't coexist. They can't coexist. All right? So what you have to do is you have to go through the process of unlearning identifying the bad habits, unlearning those habits, avoiding doing those things, and learning the new good habits. Something as simple as taking profits. Something simple as cutting your trades. All right, so those are the things that go into it, right? Just like anything else, professional at anything has to be good at multiple things. So if you think of, say, an NBA player, all right, first of all, they have to have the physical gift, all right? Second of all, they have to have the skill, okay? It's some level of IQ, okay, IQ. So it's just not, hey, you know what, since you're tall, you get to be a professional basketball player. No. Right? That's one of the components. So everything requires a lot of things. A lot of things go into it. What made Michael Jordan so great? Right? It wasn't because, okay, he was just good at scoring. All right, he was also good at defense. He was also willing to take the last shot in the clutch. He would show up when the games mattered. He had that competitive nature. So work ethic unmatched, athletic abilities there, IQ is there, drive is there. You put all those things together, right? But he had to get beat up, okay, before he can see glory, right? So he got beat up by the Pistons. So it wasn't just, hey, you know what? We have this prospect. He's ready to go. He's athletic. His IQ is there. His work ethic is there. No, you have to get beat up. You have to get beat up, go to the lab, put on some weight, get better to finally overcome the mountain, which at the time was the Pistons. And then once he got over that hump, once he conquered that mountain, all right, there wasn't a mountain he couldn't conquer, essentially. All right, so I do believe everybody has that within them. And that's what the tools and resources are there for. All right, for you to use the tools, to use the resources to get yourself better. Okay? That's the whole point. Sean Bradley, 7'7", right? So he's 7'7". Right, so he's 7'7". Talent is not there. So that's not enough. That makes my point. Okay. So nice rejection off that VWAP. Just a nice drop, V-shaped recovery to VWAP. The Pistons are looking good this year too, possibly. It might be back. So growing up, I wasn't. I mean, I know a lot of people became Kobe fans after Kobe passed away. Right, R.I.P. But when I was growing up, I was not a Kobe fan. Of course, you can admire some. You can admire the things that they do, right? But that wasn't a. I wasn't a Kobe fan. So when the Pistons beat the Lakers that year, I was actually rooting for the Pistons. I actually liked that team. That team was, and they crushed the Lakers too. I think I still memorize their starting lineup. They had Billups. They had Rip Hamilton. They had Tayshaun Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Ben Wallace, I believe. We don't speak of that year. I like Rasheed Wallace. If Rasheed Wallace played in today's game, I think he was ahead of his time. His game would translate to today's game really well. Because he was he was shooting threes, he was shooting mid-range shots. That's when he did the dance. That would have been your year. That would have been your year too. You guys had you had Sam Cassell, of course. Garnett was there. Who else was there? Oh, Sprewell. I remember. Yeah, Sprewell was there. Wally Zerbiak, sniper. I think that was a golden age. Maybe I'm just saying that, but I think that was the golden era of basketball. So between the 90s and I'd say the late 2000s, before the 20s, that 30-year stretch. Zero bench. Wow. So what went to see Isaiah, Lakers, Magic. Because at that time, every team had not a superstar, but had a star. Right? Every team was solid. It was built. Every team was built well. Yeah, the Kings and the Lakers. Yeah, that was a robbery. So we're just chopping in that range. Lotto's below. Sweep with these lows. Lotto's, I'll be there. Outside of that, I already took 2 trades. One worked nicely in my favor. Other one scalped out. Styled out on runners. Pretty straightforward week, guys. But second time, if you recall, up here, I took the wrong side again. Second time this week. So I got to clean that up. What I mean by that is I accidentally take the calls instead of the puts. I just immediately close. Second time this week that's happening a little too frequently. So we'll clean that up. The tough one was Raptors. So Raptors, we had a chance, I believe, to go to the finals or the Eastern Conference Finals. when Carter had that shot and he missed that shot. So he flew to North Carolina to do his graduation ceremony. He flew back the same day, playing the Sixers. What a game. And then he missed that shot. So every team had some. Even Indiana had a team. Indiana had, I believe, Mark Jackson. They had Jalen Rose, Jermaine O'Neal. So very, very competitive across the board. Vinny Johnson, they call him the microwave. That's a great nickname. All right, guys, make sure to like the video. Subscribe. See if we can take out the range high, range lows. If you have any chart requests, put in the chat. Any questions, put in the chat as well. We're just waiting for something to take place. A shockwave, that last trade there went 3R. Bigger than this initial trade here. So this was bigger than this one. This was huge. So it might have been due to the headlines here. Cloves. Nuclear power plant has been struck again. Oh, by the end of the week, the most important levels for us to pay attention to, is at 200 EMA on the daily. So Friday, 4 p.m. If we're north or south at 200 EMA, we'll set the tone. Okay, we'll set the tone for next week. I know that's looking a little ahead, but that's the reality of the situation. $94 likes, guys. Smash the like button as you're coming in. Who's done for the day? Let's do the poll here too, guys. And the stream poll. Yeah, watching basketball now is almost unbearable. Especially for like a basketball purist and you haven't accepted the new game. Maybe the finals, outside of the finals, or if your home team is doing well. Season games, unbearable. I mean, who is it that scored 83 points? Adebayo? All right, 83 points. Okay, nice rejection off that daily upside breaker, so yesterday's highs. Lotto for the day, sweep of these lows, I'll be there. A lot of the day, sweep of those lows, I'll be there. Meta loses trial on child safety. Meta taking a hit. Did you see the comment that Tim Cook made, right, the other day? Right, the irony in that comment. He said he's concerned about doom scrolling. All right. So Tim Cook is concerned about doom scrolling. It doesn't get more ironic than that. Meta, we did get that nice little break. A scale out reminder there. Not doing much. Meta, maybe there's a catalyst behind Meta. But again, back in that range. Somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder on Meta, if you can kind of see it. Massive head, tiny shoulders. Downward sloping neckline. Okay, let's get caught up in the chat. Lost 2 trades. Thanks to God that I'm up 21% on the portfolio. Beautiful job, Wayne. Just saw that message. 21% on the portfolio for Wayne today. I'm riding the calls up right here. These calls right there. I believe that was 11:29. So I'm assuming in this area, nice push. Detroit, that team rocked. Red Wings rocked. Yeah, Red Wings at that time were good as well. So at that time, I was watching a little bit of hockey as well. All right, so I did grow up in Toronto, so hockey is a big thing there. I have no clue about hockey now. But if there is a live sporting event that you do want to attend and you're a casual, you're not a sports fan, all right, I would say hockey is probably, the experience is up there. It's a really, really good, especially if it's a playoff game, it's a really good live game to watch. Okay, we're 5 minutes away from 12 o'clock, 5 minutes away from that 4 hour. Now, do we get another candle here? We're seeing some massive orders coming in. Level 2, we're starting to see the level 2 flash. Time on sale starting to flash. Look at that. Level 2 is dancing. Time on sale is dancing. Nice little dance. So if you took these longs, your target is each of these levels. Okay. And of course, the VWAP. Take a look at the flow. What do we got going on? We got HBD. We got some call sweeps in HBD. We got some GLD call sweeps as well. GLD call sweeps, CRWV call sweeps. AMD 215s. 327 strike. Some sweep there as well. So when you hear sweep, just think of large, significant orders. All right, so it's flow data. You know how we feel about flow, okay? Just use flow to support your idea, but don't use flow as a signal because you don't know the extent of the trade. You don't know if it's multi-legged. You don't know if it's for hedging purposes. So you use it in conjunction with what you see on the chart. We do have another channel here, Analyst Grading. Okay, so I did see this morning there was an upgrade on Apple for my fundamentalists. I believe it was this morning, SMCI, not touching that. NVIDIA, so NVIDIA, it was NVIDIA, not Apple, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, not the biggest analyst, one buy, one overweight. Yeah, well, though the original bad boys, if they play today, I mean, they'll be like 50, the whole team will be fouled out. Right? So that's how much the game has changed, right? If you see some of the games, it's like some of the scores in some of the games without overtime now, it's like 130 points, 120 points. We do have prior to close there. All right, so some massive, massive numbers. So they're making the game more appealing to the casual. More scoring, more threes. So we have two people from Detroit. So Lynn and Vince, both from Detroit. We have a lot of people from Florida. $660 is tough for us to get above 660. That requires to get above that daily open, get above that 50% retrace the weekly, and get into this neighborhood up here. Patel from Detroit as well. So 3 people from Detroit. I think we might have the most, if we look at our chat, our strikers, I think we're Most of the people are joining us from Florida. So I think Florida is number one. $83 points they need to raise the rim. Yeah, NBA, I think the NBA is in trouble. If you look at it as a business, it got too involved in the political stuff. Adam Silver, right? It's become player driven. David Stern, right, is what, like him or not, he got the NBA to that point. And I think Adam Stern is a Duke alumni. I left some call runners and currently read for the day. Got stuck with calls like a beginner at the open. If you can get that nice, are those zeros Alexis? All you can do is live and learn, guys. We're gonna make those mistakes time and time again. I just try to reduce those. If it coincides with your game plan. Say if my game plan is to get calls off the open, for whatever reason, maybe I might like it at that particular level, and my risk is very wide. All right, my is just, hey, you know what? It's a size to zero, make or break type of situation. If it doesn't go in my favor, right? Say if it just stops me out completely and those contracts go to zero, right? Then that's not a bad trade. All right, so just because you lose is not a bad trade. So you can't. Good trade, bad trade is not based on win and loss. Okay, good trade, bad trade is you followed your plan. You took one of your textbook setups. You manage your risk. You let the probabilities play out, and you live with the results. Win or lose, that's a good trade. Bad trade is no plan, no risk management. Okay? So with that in mind, you can still win with a bad trade, but it's still a bad trade. You can take a trade with no plan, no risk management, just throw something out there. Right? Just because you win doesn't mean it's a good trade. All right, so sometimes if it coincides with your game plan, if it lines up with your game plan, you just took the loss, and the loss is defined, and you allocated the risk. It's just the probabilities didn't play in your favor, so it's not necessarily bad. So you can see what happens is it auto locks, the indicator auto locks and takes out those levels. And it says this, guys. So this is, you want to trade this from 9:30 to 12 o'clock. It says more opportunities tomorrow. Okay, it literally says it on the chart. So you can take that off. But it's just to ensure that people don't overtrade. All right, so in this area, okay, it tells you to be patient, and that's the window. So if you don't like that setting, you can turn it off. And I'll show you how to do it here. Take out the background, take out the background, take out the background color. Should be boxes. There. Take off pain labels. All right, so if you don't want that reminder, just take it off. I added lost about 7. I just sold before I completely lost value. I've been thinking about 66.65 since this is low. Magnet, I didn't full pour. I'm doing scalps or walking off, coming back. just in case it does go big now, big move. Okay, so if it's part of the plan, then you can live with it. So this indicator is going to be connected to TradingView. All right, so it's going to be connected through TradingView. So TradingView, you're going to use that. I would say 90% of the industry, probably more than 90% of the industry, traders of all levels use TradingView. Eventually, it will be available. Will be made available to other brokers, TOS, Webull, some other ones that allow the programming. All right, so when that does get released, again, it'll be part of the update. Okay. So who's done for the day, guys? Who's done for the day? I don't see a lot of done for the days. It looks like more you're looking for opportunities. Too many 3-point shots. Adam Silver, yeah. Yeah, it's like what is it? What do they call it? Analytics. It's kind of like baseball. Baseball went purely analytics. Same thing as basketball. Everything's going analytics. So why shoot? They barely shoot mid-range shots now. Why shoot a mid-range if you can shoot a 3? So it basically comes down to threes and layups. If we translate that to trading, okay, so let's translate that analytical thinking that we're seeing across some sports, especially basketball. So it's either take the small wins, okay, small wins, or the big wins. That's basically what it is. And a great way to do that is, of course, take profits off, kind of what we do. Take profits off at the initial break, double digits, and see if runners can do the heavy lifting. So there's nothing in between. So that's basically translating the current game of basketball to trading. Small wins and large wins. Everything in between, minimize. Because it's almost like in between you're cutting the legs off the trade. So that'd be the analytical version of trading. From my view. All right, just chop. Lotto idea for the day, if that can hit before 1 o'clock. 5, 654, 20, 654, 26. Sweep. I'll be there for lottos. Outside of that, 28, I should say. Done for the day. Okay, so our job is, guys, to do most of the heavy lifting during first and second shift. So this is our peak hours. If you don't have that time, most of you do work full time. If you're just jumping in later, you're going to have to exercise more patience and try to see if you get the grabs of those highs or lows. Or if you do have a setup internally to the range extremes, then you can take that as well. So it's basically take it from the inside to the outside, some setups that take you there, or some setups that drive us back in. Okay, so that's the protocol. With buying power, okay, so that's not bad. Good. Do we have 100 likes? Let's see if we have 100 likes. What are the indexes doing? Okay, SPY below VWAP, Q's below VWAP, everything below VWAP except, okay, IW's below VWAP as well. We just got a AI alert come in. BLNK breakout on the hourly chart. Look at SPY, guys. Look at SPY. Where's SPY hanging out? Hanging out right at that dead upside breaker, 50 MA on the hourly. Tit for tat on the 15. Let me just jump over to the hourly chart real quick and go to BLNK. See what the AI sees. Okay, that breakout came in at 1201. It's a nice breakout there on BLNK. What else? ALB. Breakout on ALB as well. NVIDIA calls. NVIDIA's going to have to come over, get over this 50% retrace of the weekly. That's it. If we can get above that, NVIDIA will be good to go. If we can get above that, NVIDIA will be good to go. 200 MA there, 50% retrace to weekly. That's gonna be NVIDIA's challenge. So we're just basically ranging between this territory here. Okay, this breakdown already took place. Let's just make that dotted. We get that drop, V-shaped recovery, come into VWAP, get smacked off VWAP, get pushed back lower. We get that retrace reject off that daily upside breaker. See if that leads us to the G50. For that gap fill for today, guys, gap fill for today is all the way down here. Okay, 653.30. So we're in the jaws of the gap up. In the jaws of the gap up. Okay. Chop, chop, chop. Let's continue to listen here.
I agree with that. Let me explain that a little bit further. I had conversations in the last 24 hours with two systematic trend-following funds. They both said the same thing to me. We're neutral in terms of our bias. We've been carrying equity exposure to various indexes throughout the world as being long for the last several years. We are now neutral. We flattened it out. Why? Today would be the 5th consecutive day that you close below the 200-day moving average. Now look, the 200-day moving average might mean nothing to you, but if enough people are using it, it's a variable in the market. And for those funds right now that are following that, and they are a force, they now have a bias of being neutral for the very first time in many, many months.
Can I say something on this retail investor?
Yeah.
I know I've mentioned this before, but like way back when I was an intern and I was interning for Laszlo Barini, one of the things that he taught us as interns was that the best contrary indicator was the American Association of Individual Investors. And that as a professional, you wanted to go against that. So when I read this headline that retail investors are net sellers, and the last time was 2023, what do I think?
Did you guys just hear that? So she just dropped a gem right there. So sometimes they drop gems, you got to pick it up. So they like to go net against retail investors. Okay.
But I mean, I would say, well, if you do, then you haven't been watching the same movie as everybody else in the market has for the last couple of years, right? For the last couple of years, because
I usually have a diversion
retail has not been a contrarian indicator within this market.
I'm just saying.
It hasn't. I mean, whatever you're saying,
I think I argued this like 3 months ago.
Yeah, but whatever history may tell you, retail has not been a contrarian indicator over the last couple of years. In fact, it's been the right indicator.
In general, they are, and I know that we were talking about this maybe a month or two.
We got some good entertainment on CNBC. A little back and forth. All right, so this is a good take, pretty decent take. Sometimes I drop gems from time to time. You just have to pick it up and see if it's there's some validity to it. So obviously, retail is going to be, you see how that guy's defending that point, is going to be exit liquidity. All right, so retail is good exit liquidity. All right, and I would classify as retail as this, okay? The old terminology, of course, is we have smart money, okay? So we have smart money and we have dumb money. Dumb money is retail. Dumb money is you and I. Smart money is institutions. All right, so don't take offense to it. That's not my verbiage, but this is smart money, all right? Dumb money. So over the years, over the past, I'd say 5 to 7 years, I'd make the argument that there's a cohort of retail traders, okay, that have evolved, okay? And I would call it smart retail. Okay? So there is a cohort of retail traders, but there's a hybrid, right? Of course, retail can't be smart money, but there's a hybrid because they evolved. And there's a new category, a new cohort that a lot of people are not seeing, okay, which is smart retail. They've evolved. They've been put through the fire. They've been surviving. They've been finding their way. They've been exchanging ideas. They've been basically doing what we've been doing. Smart retail. All right, so this is emerging. All right, but big shots don't see that. They just classify everything as dumb money, retail, exit liquidity. Smart retail knows retail concepts, knows the primary purpose of smart money concepts. Of course, we don't have the information of the high frequency algorithms, but we can understand from the standpoint of what they're engineered to do, how they're programmed. I don't know how they're programmed. That's up to each individual company. But the why, the where, those are important as well. What is the whole point of liquidity engineering? So we sit in this unique spot right here. Right, just a small group of smart retail traders, and over time it's going to continue to grow. Okay, with technology, with people constantly learning, eventually we're going to get closer and closer and closer. The only difference is we can't keep up with smart money because of the capital, because of the advanced tools. But we can just put ourselves right under smart money and pick up the crumbs. All right, so that's where we want to be. So we want to be in that hybrid category of smart retail. All right, and the people only the people on the ground floor see this. These people that are highly seated in their comfortable seats, they don't see what's going on the ground floor. They're detached from the ground floor. So you and I, we see this. Everyday traders see this. And you probably are going through that evolution as we speak. All right? Maybe 3 to 5 years from now, they'll start saying, hey, you know what? Yes, there's a cohort of retail investors or retail traders that are evolving, and we do have to give them a term. But more than likely, we will see it on the ground floor first. Okay? We will see it on the ground floor first. Okay, let's continue to listen here.
Think people are on their hands
It's
right
not
now.
like all of a sudden, oh my God, retail's the only cohort that's become skittish. Bank of America's equity client flow. We're talking about institutional investors. They bought tech, they sold almost everything else.
And Joe was just saying that.
Well, of course, but also to your point, the war is different because it makes people nervous in a different way. Because you can't predict an outcome, especially in this kind of conflict, where the global oil supply is very much hanging in the balance.
And you even see it today with what oil has done. It was down at $86 earlier this morning. Now it's at $90. We've got ships on the move. We've got boots on the move. We've got Iran saying all sorts of bellicose thing. We've got a 15-point plan. We've got questions. Are they actually talking? What's going on in Pakistan? The fog is thick right now.
The institutional community represents the tactical sentiment of the market. Right now, they are biased neutral. The retail community represents the long-term bias of the market. For them, on one day Monday, to be sellers for the first time since 2023 is not confirmation to me that they're reversing that long-term bias.
All right, let's talk about some individual things that need, I think, to be discussed a little bit more. And that is, if you look at the mega caps, because it's a standout in my mind about one of the reasons why that group.
All right, Spike continues to chop, guys. This is the Give Back Money Hour. Let's take a look at YouTube. Let me know the bottom whenever you figure them out. So I'm just looking at these lows down here. So I'm just keeping a close eye on this low here. See what kind of activity takes place. If buyers step in, I'll step in. I'll shoot my shot with lottos. If If it breaks down, continues to go, after I step in, back to downside, then get stopped out. If it works, I want to take it all the way back to that G50. That's about, it'll be a make or break type of setup. That's about $1.50, $1.60. All right, so that's what I'll look at. Outside of that, the heavy lifting is done. So heavy lifting is done. They did give us this nice break. Right, you can make the argument in hindsight, maybe head and shoulder type of formation up there. All right, but this is a beauty. So we did have some of our team members catch this. So congratulations to you guys on taking this, taking profits accordingly. And I believe Wayne took this back the upside. So tremendous job, Wayne, as well. So as long as price is moving, we can care less which way it goes. There's an opportunity. Clean move, there's an opportunity. All right, so somewhat of this kind of formation taking place. Might be a stretch, but that's what I do see. You're very calm, and I like how you trade. I've been in other YouTube channels, and they brag and are really trying to have people join their Discord and charge $200 a month, $250 for coaching. I'm broke. $50. Yeah, the thing is, you have to be calm. You have to contain yourself. There has to be some level of professionalism. All right, so win or lose, you have to keep your composure. If you get too highs, and this comes from learning myself as well. In the very beginning, I was the same way. All right, so this comes just from with experience, with doing it for long enough. If you wear your emotions on your sleeve as a trader, right, the market will literally rip your heart out. Okay, it will literally rip your heart out. Right, so if your highs are high, guess what? Your lows will be very low from an emotional standpoint. If your highs are high, so if you're jumping up and down, if you catch a trade that works in your favor, just be very, very careful, because your brain, now you're setting all those chemicals in your brain. It's releasing all those chemicals. When you take those losses, your lows are very low. So what happens is you're doing this emotionally, psychologically. All right, so the market is just playing with you. It's playing with your emotions. It's playing with your capital, your money, your mental capital, your emotional capital. So at some point in time, you'll come to the realization that I have to be here, or as close as possible to here. All right? If I'm up big, okay, I have to be here. Because the closer I am to here, the better I can manage the up big. If I'm down big, I need to be here, because I can't get down too low. I can't beat myself up. Okay, so the market wants you to celebrate your wins, okay, like you won a Super Bowl. And if you lose, just be completely depressed. And that's the state it wants you to exist in. All right? And that state is not sustainable for you to exist in that state. All right? So it takes effort, it takes experience to do that. And it just takes understanding that, hey, you know what? It's just an opportunity. It's just the cost of doing business. Right? It's not personal. If you lose a trade, it's not an indictment on your intelligence. If you win a trade, you're not a super genius. All right? You just made a calculated decision and worked in your favor. You make a calculated decision, it didn't work in your favor. That's all it really is. So it's not personal, it's just business. All right, you're engaging with business with the market. And if you guys know, for those of you who are entrepreneurs, right, you know you can't wear your heart on your sleeve in business, because you'll take everything personal. Right? Same thing. So you can't take all these things that are taking place personal. It's not a personal attack. But if you're emotional, if you're up, down, everything will be seen personal. Okay? So yeah, you're gonna bounce back. You're learning 30K. You'll bounce back from it. 3 years. 3 years, yep. So that's about the time where most people make that turnaround. 3 years, 2 years. If you're still around, making those proper adjustments. Okay, let's see if I have enough of a push. You see these candles now? You see these kind of candles? Okay, these kind of candles. Look at the level 2 and time and sale, guys. Great time to do price study. Okay, look at the time and sale level 2. So again, I have no horse in the race. We're just observing. I want to see it get above that VWAP. Finally, someone, that's the real deal. 6:52 end of day. Appreciate it. USMC. You're already on our team, right? You're on Google Meet, USMC. I know some of you like to join on YouTube as well. How are we doing, strikers? Look at that. Nice little break there. Okay. Decide to wake up. Can that get us above daily open? That's the number one question. What else is moving here? Okay. And yes, we do have a community as well. Okay. We do have a community as well. Our community is focused on education, process over profits, day in and day out, providing you the resources and tools. Right, for everyday traders who are really, really committed to the process. It's not a get rich quick. There's no guaranteed success within 24 hours. But I promise you, if you stick with it, if you bring your best foot forward, are willing to learn, right, 3 months, 6 months from now, you'll have no choice but to get better. You'll have no choice but to evolve. All right, so you will get better. Okay, I went from 100K to 36K, and thanks to you, I'm back to 54K. Look at that, guys. Beautiful job, USMC. What a recovery. Sancho posted something really compelling this morning. Sancho's story is unbelievable. All right. So again, just know, guys, the people in the Discord I have no ties to. So it's not like people in there that I know and I'm telling them to be in there. All right. So these are individual people that are just feel compelled to join the community. He posted it early in the morning, and I wanted to share. I'm not sure if you guys caught that. Okay. All right. This. All right, you see this, guys, the profitability line. You start, beginner's luck. You go through this, the strategy, hope. You make the decision. Quit or decide to fully commit. You start building your system. You start working your way back the upside. All right, this is all conceptual, all theoretical. But one of our tremendous traders, Sancho, was down. Okay. Again, not everyone's going to be capable of doing this. So I don't want to undermine what he did. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of introspection, a lot of adjustments to get there. So this is identical to here. Okay. So he was able to go from, I believe, minus 95% all the way back to green. Okay. This is probably greater than the Patriots comeback to the Falcons. All right. So it is possible. It is possible. I went from 100K to 36K back to 54. That's just from today. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So traders of all sizes, guys. The only prerequisite is just be willing to learn. Be willing to share with other traders as well any insights and help one another. Okay, nice rejection off that VWAP. All right, we'll run the stream today until 1:30ish, okay? And then we'll look to wrap it up. This is a light week on the economic calendar. Okay, so keep that in mind. So we do have 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway at 12:30. We will do the giveaway at 12:30. Okay, let's see what's moving here. Financials flat, so all the sectors are green so far, with the materials leading the way. Materials leading the way. As far as our terrific 12, so these are the 12 most important companies to me. Okay. So you notice that we have we had the FANG a while back. We had the Magnificent Seven. Last year I was using the Elite 8, if you recall. Right, so the terrific 12 is our version. So Nvidia up 2%, Amazon up as well. We're seeing some discretionaries get bought back up. Lily's up as well. So a broad market push. The reason why I like these names is because we have a couple of key names that are coming from the Dow. Okay. We have some names that are in tech. We have some names across many, many sectors. So we have tech. Okay. We have XLK. We have communications. We have tech. We have discretionary. We have communications. We have discretionary. We have staples. We have healthcare. We have financials. We have industrials. We have energy. And we have tech. So this is the terrific 12. So if you see this anywhere, you know where it came from. Okay, because the Mag 7, it's good, but it's not giving us that full picture. This gives us, of course, you can't comprise a list of under 20 stocks that gives you the exact full picture, but this gives us a general idea of what the picture looks like. As far as ETFs are concerned, all the ETFs are green except for USO oil. Okay, so crude pulling back, of course. The biggest winner, GLD leading the way, GLD and silver. Precious metals leading the way. We're seeing the Qs taking a push to the upside here. Okay, we're seeing the Qs taking a push. SPYs trying to get above that VWAP and hold. Okay. Yes, daily, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay, we have been extending the stream until 1 o'clock on YouTube to provide max value. Eventually, we're going to go back to from 9:30 to 11:30, try to keep it under 2 hours. And then for the rest of the time, go live on Google Meets. All right. That's just from today. Look at that, guys. So do the math from 36 to 54. All right, it's about 18K for USMC. A week and a half. More to come, more to come. USMC. Oh, we have a lot of people from Detroit. I think my Floridians might be outnumbered. What do you call someone from Detroit? Is there like a specific... Do you call it like a Detroiter? My fellow Detroiter? So we have a lot of people from Detroit. Maybe upwards of 5 people. I know we have a couple of people from Minnesota as well. We have a handful of people from Canada as well. So it's neck and neck. I think it's neck and neck between, might be Florida and Detroit. Or I should say, Florida and Michigan. We got another one from Lansing. Okay. Flint. Wow. Let us know where you're joining from, folks on YouTube. We have about 818 people joining us. Let us know in the chat where you're joining us from. Okay, so we did grab these highs up here. So I want to see how we play with these highs. That happened quickly. That happened swiftly. Wow, so a lot of people might just be a few miles away from one another. I believe I have a few people from North Carolina as well. Let's just move at a snail's pace. Let's do the giveaway, and we'll look to wrap this thing up. So we do have 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We'll look to wrap it up. In the meantime, see if we can get 4,130 subs. All right, so still more than 60% of the people that are tuning in daily are not subscribed. So make sure to subscribe, guys. All it takes is a click of a button. It does tremendous things for our channel. Make sure to like. All right, we're looking to break the YouTube algorithm just by doing that. Done for the day. Okay, green is green. Beautiful job. That's back to back. Beautiful job. I like that. Six is good. 6 is good. Healthy amount. It's good to put a cap on the number of trades you're going to take. Unless you have a proven way, guys. I know there are some people who are just scalpers that works for them already. It's proven. Right? So if you're still kind of just testing the waters, you're still trying to find your style, right? From the standpoint of, you know what to look for, but you don't have your particular style down packed, I would always say have limitations. Start off with a very limited style first before you open yourself up. Okay, have some very, very strict rules. Okay? Because there are people who scalp 20, 30, 40 times a day and they find success. But that's what they've been doing for years. They have a proven system. So in the beginning, right, try to see if you can just stick to those limits. All they do is just take advantage of those opportunities, but they still have a strict system. So it's not just scalping everywhere randomly. It's based on the opportunities showing up. All right, so if you can keep it between 3 to 5, even 1 to 3, 1 to 3 trades initially. If you want to expand a little bit, if you've been disciplined there, maybe open it up to 3 to 5. And that could be it. And what I like to look for is if I have 5 shots to take, usually I'd say 90% of the time, right? I usually take about 2 shots during the first hour. 2 shots during the first hour. Okay, usually 2 shots during the first hour. All right, today was just 1 shot, worked out beautifully. There was one time this year where we did take 4 shots in the first hour, if you remember. All right, so sometimes you can get a little trigger happy, but again, you still have to follow the rules when you do that. So for every shift, if you can keep it between 1 to 3 opportunities, every shift. So every shift, 1 to 3 opportunities. Okay. Look for 1 opportunity here, maybe 2 present themselves, and that includes re-engaging. All right. So you have to classify even though it could be the same setup, but if it requires you to re-engage, it's the same idea, but it's still a different trade. So you still have to count that as a trade, even though it's the same idea. So that would be classified as 2. All right, it's like you're shooting the same shot. You shot before, you just missed the first one, so that's still an extra shot. Even though it's the same exact setup, you're just trying to re-engage because you got stopped out, and you're just trying to re-engage because it's set up again. All right, if you can go 1 to 3 per hour, 1 to 3 ideas per hour, by second shift, you'll probably be done. So say if you don't have the luxury to trade this first hour, you might be in a different time zone. The work hours don't work in your favor. You don't have time during that time still. Okay. You still want to follow the same rules. Okay, 1 to 3 per shift. It can even just be 1. And try to just maximum just trade 2 shifts. Maximum. Because 1 shift, if you think about it, all right, so 60 1-minute candles. 60 1-minute candles. So you have 60 candles that are going to print. All you need to do, you don't need to guess 60 of them. You don't need to get 60 of them right. Okay? I've said this before. I'm going to say it again, guys. There's 60 candles. Let's do it up here. So a lot of us think we need to get all 60 right. $60 candles every hour. 60 candles, 61-minute candles. So therefore, out of those 60 candles, if you can get a series, okay, 3 to 5 candles directionally right before you surpass your threshold, your risk threshold, 3 to 5. That's all you're asking for. Okay, that's it. That's the essence of scalping. You don't need to get all 60 in a row. You don't need to know the color of each one. All you need to do is within these 60, find a moment where your setup provides an entry model for you to be right for 3 to 5, even 3. All right, that can lead to double-digit gain. What happens after that 5th candle? If you scale out, okay, just leave it to the probability. If you want to do runners. If you don't, if you're just 1 shot, 1 kill, that's all you're looking for. If you can get that double-digit gain before 3 minutes, that's even great. Sometimes it just goes. But usually, if you're a scalper, that's the, I would say, the whole time. All right, so before you get invalidated, before you surpass your risk threshold, if you can be right for 3 to 5 candles, all right, your work is done. So you don't need this entire 60 minutes. So what that means is you're just using all the time before to set yourself up to find an opportunity, okay, where you can be right for 3 to 5 candles. Okay? So it's not like, hey, you know what, I need to be right this entire time. Say in the instance, of course, we're using a little bit of hindsight here. So you take this break here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. If I push like this, even to here is double digits. Scale out. And then just let it run. Okay? In the beginning, it's just all about just collecting the profit, building the good habits, learning to take profits, learning to close trades, learning to manage risk. Okay, so unless you're just a super scalper that's constantly scalping, which is valid as well, but it's going to require that experience. 1 to 3 opportunities per shift. See if you can be right for 3 to 5 candles before you're wrong. Okay, appreciate it, PY Mander, for joining us, ATVIP. You have access to a host of videos. Okay, private videos. All right, so you have priority access to. There's a private chat as well. So thank you for supporting the channel. If you guys do feel compelled to support the channel on YouTube, again, that feature is there. You have access to some videos, some private videos. All right. So I do appreciate that. This thing's just chop. It's going to come down to that VWAP. Does VWAP hold or does VWAP fold? Does VWAP hold or does VWAP fold? Do really grab these highs here. If you can scalp this, right, from these highs to that VWAP is the healthy best practice TP. Yeah, in that case, guys, I'm done for the day. It's like watching grass grow, paint dry. What's more fun, watching grass grow or paint dry? Is E-Trade good for? I do have an E-Trade account. I did trade E-Trade as well a few times, a few years back. E-Trade is not as smooth from the standpoint of getting those executions in. I didn't find it as user-friendly, but they do have, I'd say E-Trade is good for swings. Right? Because you have to be, if you're a scalper, it's all about getting in and getting out as quickly as possible. Okay? You want to be able to click. So you're really focused on click. How quickly can you enter? How quickly can you exit? That's the primary focus. But E-Trade itself as a platform is good for maybe swinging. I was using E-Trade for some swings. All right, so it's always good to have more than one broker, guys. So again, collect them all. Why not? And nowadays, I mean, they give you money for your cash to be sitting there. So Webull gives you, I believe, 3 to 5%. Okay, that grab right there. The crab staff VWAP starts to go. If we can hold below VWAP, daily upside breaker coming in. Watching grass grow. Yeah, I think E-Trade was one of the first brokers that I did get. They do charge those fees. So this is the channel that we're kind of moving in here. Okay, remember the adage we used to use, nothing good happens after 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock. I'm pretty sure one of your parents have said that before, right? Nothing good takes place after 12 a.m. Same thing. All right, so in that case, if you're trading after 12 o'clock, you need to be very cautious. All right, you can't be reckless. You can't just be doing whatever you want. Same thing, if you're roaming the streets after midnight, okay, you just can't just be doing whatever you want. You need to be aware of your surroundings. You need to have that situational awareness. You need to have the street smarts. You need to know where you are. Okay, your spidey senses need to be activated. You just can't be strolling in the middle of nowhere at 12:30 a.m. Same thing. After 12 o'clock, after that lunch hour, Spidey senses have to be on. It's not going to be prime time trading. Okay, so again, I say that to say, make sure you're just not taking those trades all over the place if you're still in the trenches. It looks like most of you are done, but just a friendly reminder. No, I didn't spin the wheel yet. I did not spin the wheel yet, so you're good, Brad. Tradier has less commission as well compared to the IBKR. E-Trade, they charge only for exchange-related fees, or 10 to 20 cents per contract. And that's when the freaks come out. Yeah, the freaks come out at night. Yeah, after midnight, all right, it's just the dealers and cops. That's it. Users, dealers, cops. Not to jumble everyone into one group, but that's most likely the crowd. So again, same thing. So now if we apply that same line of thinking, okay, after 12 o'clock in the market, who's lingering? So it's just you, price, and the algorithm. So you have to just trade that algorithmic style. If we can hold below that VWAP, should be good to go. We did grab these highs up here. So a nice mean reversion there. All right, let's spin the wheel. In the meantime, while I collect the names, guys, strikers, if you want to be part of the wheel spin, I still have to send out the link to the video to the winner yesterday, so be on the lookout for that. I'll send that today. If you want to be on the wheel spin, it is for the boot camp coming up, the advanced boot camp. All right, so just put your name in the chat. I'll give you guys a minute. Folks on YouTube, if you want to be eligible for the giveaway, what am I giving away? Okay, here. The course, all right? So Jake, Nikhil got you, all right? So the course, what course? Here. So getting started day trading course, 5+ hours, Shockwave 15, 9 series course. So this course, all right, this is the backbone of the indicator. So it takes this framework into consideration. On top of that, 8 other variables. All right, this course is critical. If you want this course, a strategy course, along with the getting started, you're more than welcome to make the purchase. If you are in the community, you have access to both these courses. Okay, that comes with your access. That comes with your membership. All right, so that's the giveaway. So put your names in the chat, and then we will do the giveaway. In the meantime, let's take a listen to CNBC while I collect the names. So let me erase these names from yesterday. Okay, so we got Nikhil. We got Jake. We got Turbo. We got Riri. We got Beck. So I'll start off with the Discord members first. We got Beck. Anyone else, put your names in. I'll be looking at that list until 1 o'clock. All right, so feel free to put your names in if you want to be eligible. On YouTube, let's go to YouTube real quick. Okay, we got... As you're putting your names in, make sure to smash that like button if you haven't. We got Yen. We got Suki. We got Dave B. We got Marty. We got Mimi. We got Arnie. We got Judith. Okay, we got Chris N. We got Paul Pierce. We got Kevin C. We got Shane. We got Wayne. We got Monty. We got Kelly. We got Edwin. Okay, so I got all the names up until Edwin. We got Peter. We got Tina. Well, I'll give it until 1 o'clock. We got Nita. Shazabi. Okay. So on YouTube, I have all the names until Tina. We got Brad. Got you, Brad. Again, Brad, thank you for supporting the channel. Brad. Okay, we break the channel, this nice little channel to the downside, get back above you up, trying to break it to the upside. So it looks like a treacherous flag. Just a messy flag. So got you. Take a look at the breaking news feed. The president, okay, we are expanded. Okay, nothing there. Anytime, learning every day with everyone. I like that. Learning every day with everyone. Yeah, just a messy flag, all right? So just nothing too clean. All right, you can make the justification for a flag if that view up can hold. All right, if the view up can hold, that'd be great, but just a messy flag here. Very, very messy. That's a nice little mean reversion. Grab prior shift highs, push into view up, nice little scalp. If you can, perfect world, you catch it all into these lows. Maybe you squeeze out 25 to 35%, but there's more of a double digit into this VWAP, double digit gain possibly between maybe 10 to 15. All right, so 2 more minutes. If you want to be eligible, just put your names in the chat. I'm going to check this one more time. I got all the names on Discord so far. I don't want to miss anyone. So I got all the names up until Shazavi. Up until Sajabi, we got it. Let's take a listen here.
It's at an all-time high. It's a classic example of buy high, sell higher.
Okay, thank you. On holding, they have named co-founders as the new co-CEOs effective May the 1st. We haven't talked about...
What do you guys feel about co-CEOs? Is anyone for co-CEOs? Right. As a shareholder, what are your thoughts on co-CEO? It has its pros and cons, of course, but I prefer one CEO.
Pipeline transportation company of natural gas.
Yeah. So
What do you think?
it's one of the midstream companies, but it's not the long haul.
Okay, let's spin the wheel. It is 1 o'clock. Let's spin the wheel. Time to spin the wheel for the giveaway. Any last entries, put your names in the chat before we spin. Where did my wheel go? Okay, it's here. Any last minute entries? I was paying attention to SPY here. Okay, right at that VWAP. So don't worry, we'll have a close eye on SPY, or one eye on SPY. Just in case it decides to make a move. That 5-minute candle tip for tat. A back-to-back buy block since 12:30. We got Mort. Anyone else? Going once. Going twice. Now you have two bozos. Right? Yeah. That's funny. And going twice. Let me check the chat, our chat real quick. Okay, make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, let's spin the wheel. All right, so today's winner. Any side bets? I don't know. Turbo. Might be your day today, Turbo. Might be your day today. I have a hunch it's going to be Turbo. I promise you it's not rigged. Paul P. Paul P is the winner. Congrats, Paul P. If we can get 50 more likes in the next 30 minutes before we wrap up, we'll do one more spin. So Paul P is the winner. Paul P, make sure to send me a DM. Yeah, look at this, guys. So once in a while we get this selling or buying. There's clearly those algorithms kicking in. Code word for today is algo. Code word for today is algo. Okay, I'll send you the link for the free tier Discord. Press conference at the White House, we'll have that coverage. Yep, grab and go. Just pick up the groceries right there and go. All right, I'll drop the link. Drop the link. So if you're just joining, a lot of the heavy lifting was done this morning. The team was able to catch a monster move to the downside. Okay, so do we have a press conference? So send me that DM, Paul, either in the WAP or the free tier Discord. Winner yesterday, I did not send you that link to the course yet, so be on the lookout for that. Every other winner before that, again, I do send you the material. If you're having issues accessing it, just send me a DM. Okay. I did have a couple of you send me a DM that had issues. I got that resolved. Okay. So 150 before 130. We will get that going. Iran rejects Trump plan to end war. State media. Okay, let's see if there's any White House briefing or commander-in-chief talking. Okay, we got the White House press secretary talking at the current moment. We have a DHS official testify shut down. Anyone traveling? Anyone travel for work? Anyone experiencing any of the TSA delays? I'm seeing a bunch of things coming in out of the major cities as far as the 2-hour delays, 3-hour delays, so on and so forth. All right, or do we even have anyone working in TSA? Give us some insight on what you're seeing on the ground floor. So I'll trust that more than a media headline. Someone who's actually on the ground floor. I mean, it's anecdotal because it's up to that. It's from the person's POV, but I'll take a bunch of POVs from various sources before blindly just listen to the news. $20 hours to get back to Chicago. Wow. Okay. And where are you flying? What city are you flying out of to get to Chicago? 20 hours. That's serious. So that is a major delay. That's almost an entire day. Asheville, 2.5 hour delay. Wow. Is that 24 or 2 to 4? Okay, so one account of a traveler. I was at RDU not too long ago, the airport in Raleigh, but the line seemed fine to me. But granted, it's not a major airport. Is engaged, TSA. Lunchtime Express. I missed today and I had a dentist appointment. Now feeling FOMO. Need to move away before I force. Absolutely. Once you feel it, once you recognize that emotion, always good to step back, step away, and come back another day. It's almost like that song, Rain, Rain, Go Away. FOMO, FOMO, go away, don't come back for the rest of the day. Okay, you have to start singing that to yourself. All right, so rejecting the peace deal. All right, just chop, 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 back and forth, back and forth. If you are joining the Discord today, guys, there's a few of you that are joining. Reach out to me if you have any questions. If you need any support, let me know. Instructions are fairly straightforward from the standpoint once you make your purchase. Okay, once you do join, then you have access to all the stuff in the WAP. So you have the welcome page, you have the welcome message right under that, you have the link to the Discord directly, and you have access to the course material as well. I did start posting the live link in the Discord. It's always in the Discord, but in the WAP as well, for those of you who do use that, who do use the app. So, of course, you can find it in both places. BLPD, BLDP, breakout SRPT. Is SRPT Sprout? I'm guessing. Or am I mistaken? BAC, we're seeing a call ID on BAC, 61%. 61%. Let's look at BAC here. So this comes with your plan, guys. So again, assess. If you're looking for those ideas, AI, have a threshold, AI confidence, pair it with the technicals that you're seeing. Okay, do your due diligence. Let's see here. Let's see how that plays out. The last one before that was NVIDIA. All right, down we go. We tap into these highs once again. Down we go. Question is, can we get below these lows? If we can, be on the lookout for that sweep there. All right, another leg lower. Let's take a listen here. Is the bull market still intact? Yes, the bull market, from a yearly perspective, is still intact. It depends what you're looking at it from, what perspective. Right, when you talk about the market in general, right, you're looking at it from a bigger picture time frame. So yearly, quarterly, still intact. Let's take a listen here.
All of a sudden dropping, right? It happened in 73, it happened in 90, and it happened in 2008 where oil spiked, but it was accompanied with earnings falling. Versus, let's say, 2011 to 2014 when oil spiked and actually stayed for 3 years above $90, but earnings held up and the markets were up 60% during that time frame, right? So the big question is, as we head into earnings, are the other stories falling apart or are they staying in place?
How are you, I mean, I always ask the question, but if positioning is the right word to use, I mean, are you being strategic about this? Do you go back to international and metals and, you know, the AI pipeline and stuff? I mean, what is the playbook for you then?
Yeah, I mean, a big component of this is if you had a plan and now the market gave you a 10% discount, you probably rebalance, right? If we're sitting here in May and prices...
Okay. Filibuster. Done for the day. Beautiful job, agent number 2. Suki, green, 600, walking away. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, we're in the last few minutes of the stream, guys. We're going to wrap it up here at 1 o'clock. Strikers will keep this charge going. So again, opportunity, cleaner opportunities in first shift. Mostly we were able to catch this. This was a nice thrill, and of course it played out. This one played out into this, and then I took the scalp here, and then of course this one played out more beautifully than the original one. So Shockwave 15 involved in both of them. All right, so it did give you a front seat in both of them. And tomorrow's Thursday. So tomorrow's Thursday, and then Friday, and then another week in the books. So now it's day 56, I believe. Let me look at it here. Nice little bounce off that zone. So again, if you go short, what are you targeting? You're targeting this key zone. More than likely, this is where we can see we grab these lows, we push back up. Now the $1 million question becomes, it's always a question of if this, do this. If this holds, do this. If this doesn't hold, do this. Right? So now do we have enough fuel to break above this resistance and push back at these highs? Okay. Do we have enough fuel here? Do we engineer enough liquidity for us to push? Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions? Best day in weeks. Beautiful job, David. Is this your first week on the team? Let us know. Good, good, good. Let's keep it that way. Again, if you guys are having a phenomenal week, all right, best practice. It won't be a bad idea if you start scaling down already. Just protect your week. Okay, protect your week. Scaling back, doing less. Objective is just close out the week green. If you can get one green close, guys, it's going to do wonders for your psychology, wonders for your brain. All right. You know deep down in your heart you can do it, but your brain is not fully convinced. So it needs to see it. First, we got on the team. Way to make your debut. Good, good, good. More to come. Okay, rejection off that VWAP. Again, guys, make sure to leave some ratings on WAP, okay? When you get a chance, leave a rating on WAP. We did migrate from Gumroad to WAP, so we have some of you on Gumroad. I'm no longer using Gumroad. Okay, that did give me some issues, so we fully migrated to WAP. So we do have a good number of you who are joining us through WAP. Okay, that's just the platform the intermediary platform that sits in between the membership and our community. So again, go in there and give us a rating if you've been here for about a week. Okay, give us a rating, put some stars and some feedback on WAP. Okay, that tremendously helps. And let the people on the outside know what kind of experience you're having. Okay. We come to VWAP. We reject off that VWAP. All the indexes are still green, so we've been red, I should say. We've been red since this initial drop here. If we kind of zoom out, you can see it on the 5-minute chart a little better. What do you see here? You see this low here, you see this low here. Okay, on the 5-minute chart, you can see it a little better. You connect those lows, you connect the dots. You have somewhat of a break here and a retest there. Okay. The range continues to tighten. We are still bullish directional on the daily. So we're still, despite the fact that we are just chopping around, if we kind of zoom out on the daily with that gap up, we're still bullish directional. All right, we're still above prior day's highs from a directional standpoint. From an open standpoint, opening print standpoint, right, we're below the opening price. So you can see there's two ways to view it. Is where are we in relation to yesterday and where are we in relation to today? My win rate is 65%, but I trade less contracts. Should I increase my size? So that's a question you have to ask yourself and answer yourself as well, right? So if you increase your size, what are you looking to increase? Are you increasing your size because you've grown your account? Are you increasing your size because you're going to get capital infusion, right? But you don't want to increase your account. You don't want to increase your size. Again, best practice if you have the same amount of capital. Okay, so let's say, for instance, you have 10K. Okay, so you have 10K. Your account is 10K. You have a 10K account, and per trade, you're using, let's say on the high end of risk, you're using 10%. Okay, you're using 10% of the account per trade. High end of risk. It's still relatively somewhat of a small account. Okay, so you're using about $1,000 per trade. All right, so $1,000 per trade. I can get you in general anywhere from 7 to 10 contracts, depending on where you're trading. We'll say 7 to 10 contracts. If you're at the money and the money is 0 DTEs. Speaking of the 0 DTEs. Okay. All right. So okay. So now we got the idea. All right. So $1,000 per trade. You're using 10% of your account. So again, for you to blow your account, that would mean you need to lose 100% of each trade and lose 10 times. That's the only way you can blow your account. Right? So from my standpoint, if I start with 10K, I'm still at 10K, or say 11K, whatever it is, not too much separation from that 10K, I'm still going to stick with it. All right? I'm still going to use the same size. But the only way you're really sizing up is if the net account total goes up. So now say this grows to 15K. So you're sizing up as you're growing. Say if you don't take any withdrawals. Okay, say now if you use the same framework, same risk. Okay, so now naturally you're using, this should be 1,000. You went from using $100 per $1,000 per trade. If you're using the same framework for risk. Okay. Now, naturally, since your account grew, you're automatically sizing up because of your account growth. So now you're going to 1,500. So now you're going between 10 to 15 contracts. That makes sense. Okay, so you're sizing up as you're growing. I would avoid sizing up for the sake of sizing up. So you're sizing up because your account is growing, and you're just sticking to that percentage. The percentage is the anchor. So as the account grows, percentage stays the same, but your position size grows with the account. All right. So that's how to approach that question. But if to size up, just for the sake of sizing up, right? Again, everyone is entitled to do what they feel is right. Okay. I would say, unless you know exactly what to do with that 10K, whatever the amount is, it can change. I'd say earn the right to size up first. Okay, so earn the right to size up first to give yourself a promotion. Because if you naturally grow it, you will naturally size up. Okay? If that makes sense. Yeah, so sizing up, sizing down, that's completely your call. Okay, that's completely your call. So that's how I'd approach it. So earn the size up. Okay, it's almost like a promotion at work. You can't get a promotion just for doing what everyone else is doing. All right, you're not going to get a promotion more than likely for just being mediocre. But if you're doing things exceptionally for a long period of time and you earn the right to size up and it's still the same percentage you want to allocate, naturally you'll size up. If that makes sense. So don't be too worried that you're using less contracts, small contracts. Continue to refine, continue to grow the account, and then naturally you'll size up. So that'll be my answer. Yeah, double top. Yep, almost like a triple top now. Okay. Triple top, quadruple top. Say the contract thing again. How many? It just depends. So if you have 10K, or using the 10K example, okay, because the price of the contracts change. Say if it's $1,000 you have to buy, depending on what time you're buying those contracts, depending on a couple of variables. Let's say the contracts are worth $1.50. And let's say there's 0 DTEs. Okay. Okay, then you probably can buy. So 1,000 divided by $1. 150. Okay, 6 to 7 contracts. All right, if the contracts are more pricey, you probably can buy less if the IV is higher. So you have to make that call every day, if that makes sense. So just like the prop firms, right? The prop firms, before they can give you a payout, you have to prove to them that you can pass the challenge. All right, so apply the same thing to yourself. Before you start sizing up, prove to yourself. Okay, and then when you're ready, give yourself the promotion. Because if you're making those critical mistakes on a small account, and there's that urgency to size up, guess what, guys? Those same mistakes are gonna show themselves on a large account. They're not gonna go away. Your habits are not gonna get better because your size is bigger. They're only gonna get compounded, right? So it's not like some people might say, hey, you know what? The reason why I'm not doing X, Y, Z is because there's a limitation. That's true to some extent. But I would say, hey, you know what? Make those mistakes on a small scale rather than mistreating the small and wanting to go big and then making those same mistakes on the big accounts. All right, so nurture those medium, small accounts. Grow them and naturally size up. All right, on that note, guys, 4 more minutes, and then we'll look to wrap it up. See if you get that nice little break on the 5, nice little push, where we just fueled off of. This nice little bounce area, came into it twice, held up. Okay, the question is, do we have enough fuel to break above this resistance? If we don't, we get to this territory, we maybe grab these highs and work our way back to downside. Okay. 100%. Breaking news. Let's see if it's actually breaking news. Okay, breaking news. Let's see. Meta, YouTube found liable in social media addiction case. So now it makes sense. It makes sense why Tim Cook is talking about doom scrolling, right? Maybe he's hedging. He's trying to say be careful of doom scrolling. If anything is free, you are the product. Okay, we have to understand that, guys, in this day and age. If anything is free, you are the product. Okay, so even this live stream, all right, so it's free, of course. You can watch it for free. But the fact that it's free, there's ads. All right, so there's nothing that's free. When you really think about it, nothing is free. It's going to cost you money. It's going to cost you resources. Either cost money or cost time. Right? The way Meta broke into the scene, the way Facebook broke into the scene, Instagram, all those different tools, apps, they're free. You don't got to pay a cent. Right? You don't have to pay anything. But if you look at your screen time on your iPhone, okay, they are capitalizing off your attention. You're given that precious resource. Okay, so attention is gold. Okay, people said, of course, oil is gold, gold is gold, Bitcoin is the new gold. If you ask me, of course, if you're in the computer science space, data is gold, right? In this day and age, attention is gold. If data is gold, attention is diamond. So that's what they're leveraging. So they're going to try to make these apps as gamified as possible to keep you scrolling. They have some of the top psychologists, the top people in their field to make sure everything's optimized from the UI, from the sounds of notifications. They have it down to a science. All right. So the fact that these things are coming out is no surprise. So what do they need the attention for? Okay. They need the attention for so they can say, hey, you know what? I have all these different people and this demographic, all this huge population of people, all right, who are eager to be sold to. So they go to these companies and say, hey, you know what? You can target these people for ads. And we sign up willingly. All right, so if anything is free, it's a saying that I like. Okay? The only thing free is the cheese on the mousetrap. Okay, the only thing free is the cheese on the mousetrap. Can some mice, are they slick enough to take the cheese off without getting trapped? Yeah, there is. Just like how you can trade in the trap. But 99% of the time, there's outliers and everything, but 99% of the time, it's a trap. So you have to know how the game is being played. Okay, we're the product. So all this lawsuits is just formalities. YouTube found liable. It's just formalities, just a quick check they can write. All right, they'll write the check, business as usual. But it's not slowing down anytime soon. All right, so now the question becomes, out of these major companies, who can cultivate, all right, the most attention? And I think YouTube is in the probably primed. Maybe has the most amount of attention, most amount of eyeballs for the longest amount of time. So you notice how everyone is going towards short form content, right? But I believe long form content, people are going to get tired of short form content and they're going to go back to long form. Like I can see it in the numbers, even our stream. All right. The average person watching, guys, they watch you guys, right? 40 plus minutes. I mean, granted, we're out live for 4 hours, but that's a huge number. So the winners in the long run, okay, are going to be the ones who make the long form. Why do you think the live streamers or the IRL streamers with the younger generation is doing so well? Because people are tired of the short form. So if you ask the younger generation, they have a specific streamer they like, and they just watch them do their daily things. Right? And that streamer is probably streaming for hours, sometimes 24 hours. So this is bad news for TikTok. All right, so now this is going to incentivize people to do the long form. All right. On that note, guys, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in. If you have any questions, let me know. If not, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe on your way out. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Strikers tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll leave the charts running for you guys. Hopefully you found value from today's program. If you're still in the trenches, just be careful. Just pay attention to this range. We're going back and forth, not creating too much separation away from VWAP. We're range bound. We might get maybe some kind of moving power hour, last minute move. We shall see. We don't know what can take place. As far as catalyst, very light economic calendar throughout the week. Tomorrow we have the unemployment claims, so there might be some activity in the pre-market. Just be on the lookout for any news headlines. So keep your eyes glued to some news feeds for breaking news. Outside of that, guys, we did a lot of the heavy lifting during the first few minutes. So tremendous job on doing that, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And if you're interested in joining our community, smartactiontrade.com, smartactiontrade.com. Make sure to click the community tab, use the code 20%. All right, only $50 a month. All right, prices are going up. I did add some new features, so make sure to join while the prices are low. 20%. I made 20 spots available beginning of this week. Okay, and that gets you 20%. And out of those 20 spots, view up is holding here. There's about there's about 10 more spots left. All right, so those 10 spots, once those are gone, okay, there's no more way to join the community until you wait for next month or go for the yearly. And next month, the price increase will be here. All right, we're adding tremendous value. We're adding more tools, features to the Discord. Now we got the flow data. So again, you don't no longer have to pay for flow data. We got AI alerts, all powered by TradyTix. This is what our Discord channel looks like. A nice break on SPY. See if we can hold above that resistance. All right, daily game plan sent out to you every single morning. Pre-market prep stream. All right, all the tools and resources you can imagine will be there. If we don't have it and our community needs it, we'll go get it. Okay, so whatever we need to enhance your experience, we will definitely do that. All right. So again, guys, thank you for tuning in. I'll drop the link in the chat if you're interested in jumping in. Okay, so once it's filled, we did grow a lot this month. So again, for the ones that did join, make sure to leave some stars after a week. And use the code 20%. And once you're in, you're grandfathered in for the life of your subscription. Once you're in, you're grandfathered in for the life of your subscription. That is the one promise I do make. All right, so any questions before we wrap up, guys? Any questions? Strikers will continue the stream. Of course, commentary will be done. We'll continue the stream, screen share, and we'll take it from there. On that note, thank you folks on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. sharp. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like the video on your way out. Stay safe and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, overanalyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community did. He can trade for and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at